A full championship Friday ahead in the Old North State. And we welcome you to Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem, where the 3A bout between Goldsboro and East Surrey is just moments away. You know what hoops mean in the state of North Carolina, and this is for a championship all day long. Alongside Kevin Cantwell, my broadcast partner, one of the best to ever train them along the way in this sport, Jason Patterson with you. And Coach, that's really what it's all about. This is a lifetime building toward a championship.
You're right, and it's a day that they'll always remember. Win or lose, they're going to remember it. Hopefully it turns out well, but this stuff is, and you know what happens at these games? It all comes down sometimes to the foul shots. Foul shots at tournament games because they call more at the end, and it might come down to that in this game.
He's already given you a window into some of the things that will matter. We know there are players we'll be keeping an eye on who certainly matter in this one. Go ahead and walk us through, and we'll begin with Goldsboro. Your players to watch in this game. We call them the Riddle and Riddle players to rely on.
Well, Aboya, she's a scorer. And what the greatest thing about her is she scores at 51% and she gets 7 rebounds a game. She's a tough player, really hard, but they have a whole lot of players.
She's certainly the one we will focus on for the Cougars. When you turn your attention to the Cardinals in East Surrey, who do you highlight here?
East Surrey might have 4 girls that could highlight, but this one is going to control the tempo. She's a smart player, and they're going to get trapped the whole game, so she's the one we put on.
Addison Boaz, our player to watch. When justice counts, Riddle and Riddle, sponsors of our players to rely on. We now turn our attention to your keys. You talked about something it could come down to, but in your mind, what's the Ingles food for thought? What are the keys to the game?
Stay out of foul trouble, because in high school they just have a few players. You've got to keep them out. Create turnovers, because they full court presses the whole game. So they have to create turnovers, and they need to take care of the ball and make shots. All right. So
2 great days already. That's what it's going to take to win a title. That's our Ingles food for thought. Ingles, low prices, love the savings. The next round of champions set to be crowned in the state of North Carolina, and we'll have the 3A women's title game between the Cougars and the Cardinals next.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
A combined 5 losses between them. The Goldsboro Cougars, the East Surrey Cardinals, just about ready to do battle for the Class 3A Women's Championship. Our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers. And time now, Coach, to take a look at the starting lineups. Our starting lineups brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson. Injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters of Tatum and Atkinson. And obviously, we highlighted coming in, Boyer, who else do you keep an eye on in the Tatum and Atkinson starting lineup?
Well, what the coach said was they might have the quickest guards in the state. So no one, and they trap the whole game. So they're going to, 32 minutes of it is going to be trapping. And the key to this whole thing is Kenny Surrey.
They can get up down the floor. You got to look at Coach Bryant there, who's leading this team to the charge. That's a familiar name at the top of the list. That's the niece of head coach Jay Boaz, Addison Boaz, who we introduced to you a moment ago. Here's the rest of the Tatum and Atkinson starting lineup for the Cardinals of East Surrey. What'd you find out from Jay Boaz?
Well, one thing I found out was Kemp Phillips, her father, I signed him in Appalachian. I didn't coach her because I left for Georgia Tech, and she's a good player. She starts for them. But what I found out, they are a senior-weighted team. They have control. They run the guards. They have senior guards, and they're going to come at you. And they have to take care of it. If they take care of the basketball, it's going to be a heck of a game. This is all going to be, you have to take care of it. Gets to the half court, they're going to score.
By this time, these two teams are families. You heard the family connections run thick, not only
the
on the
Boas.
roster, but with the broadcast group here today. It's nice to have you with us as we tip off the 3A women's title game. And just like that, takes no time for Emory Anderson to lay one home and put the Cardinals out front. East Surrey off the bus, ready to go for the high noon start. We're happy you're with us for our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers across Sinclair's family of networks in the Carolinas and beyond to bring you live coverage all day long on this Championship Friday in North Carolina. Here's a three ball that goes up off the back of the iron and eventually down. And there's Amari Buckham with our initial Paramount Auto three-pointer.
I mentioned you got to make shots. She made it.
So we get a bucket on one end right off the tip. We get a three on the other side. Safe to say, Coach, both these teams ready to roll.
Yeah, nice drive.
Drive down the right side. Biddy Phillips couldn't get it to fall. Back the other way. Here's Smith. She'll slow it up. And another three. This time Brown, and that's off the iron. It's down the right side. A little too strong off the glass. It was Emory Anderson who started the scoring, one of those senior guards. Nothing since for East Surrey. The Cardinals settling in as the Cougars bring it up the floor.
Well, Goldsboro wants to full court pressure, but East Surrey has to score.
Little window at the elbow to fire it up.
They got to score first, Goldsboro. They need to press.
Smith couldn't get it to fall. Other end, this a little wild pass-wise, and it goes out of bounds. Going to be Goldsboro basketball. What are you watching for early in this one, Coach?
The big girl, the scorer. Let's see if go inside. I want to say Goldsboro go inside now, because as soon as they can score, they can go into the pressure. But without the scoring, they can't press.
That sets the stage for the pressure, which is the trademark for this squad. Looking for that kind of bucket right now.
Number 42,
Talking about Boyer. This is going to be a bucket forced up by Smith. She almost got that to fall. Taking it herself toward the rim and drawing the foul. There's our first whistle. Have not yet introduced you to our officials. It is a accomplishment to be selected to call these state championship games for an official as well. David Strickland, Sophia Davis, Bryce Long, and the standby official on this one is Christopher Marzin. But Mr. Strickland, Miss Davis, Mr. Long responsible for things in this one. And I know you always had very close relationships with all the officials that worked your games.
I was just thinking, I wonder if they get any paid more for this one. Do they get paid? In college, they get more.
They certainly get the honor of being selected for this, as you see the Tatum and Atkinson free throw opportunities being handled by Alyssa Brown, and that's off the back of the iron. Here's Sechrist. Slowed up out top, Biddy Phillips. You got four all-conference players surrounding the 3A, 4A player of the year. That's one of those all-conference players, Biddy Phillips, and she's a sophomore.
They have it. And they're well coached. They pass the ball, they share the ball, they have hard defense. Jason, if Goldsboro, they have to score to do their thing defensively. They missed 2 foul shots.
Didn't get the opportunity to set it up so far. East Surrey looking strong, up 4-3 with the basketball. That is going to be out of bounds. The pestering defense there a little bit from Buckham, but It ends up being East Surrey basketball. Coach, I'll go back to that. They have 4 all-conference players and the Northwest 3A, 4A Player of the Year in the starting lineup. Smith is also all-conference coming off the bench. When you've got 6 that received all-conference honors, you just pick your poison with this group.
That's why Goldsboro cannot play a half-court game with them. They're too smart, and they're experienced kids. Girls, so it's going to take Goldsboro to score so they can get their pressing.
Well, that was Boyer cleaning the boards, but the handle is lost, and here's Emery Anderson gathering it up. Eddie Phillips to slow it down. She's a sophomore guard at 5'9", and again, everybody in the lineup is, but one of those all-conference players. And she'll float one just inside the free throw line. What a job to save possession right there. Won't matter as much, but Seacrest was pretty impressive right there, Maggie Seacrest. Fast break chance, laid home by Nchsaa Smith.
So they're in trap.
Takeaway, not completely, as Boaz will slow it up. There's a turnaround at the elbow, front of the iron, goes right back to Green. Green will try it again. This time it works.
Now, there's such a big difference when we say a sophomore. In college, it's not that much of a difference, but size-wise, when you're talking about sophomores and seniors, not tall, but strength-wise, it's a big difference. And East Surrey's got 4 seniors starting.
And the 1 sophomore, you said it. It's nice to have all that leadership around a sophomore like Phillips. Here's Boaz down the left side, and here's a whistle. It comes with 3:50 to go in the opening period, and East Surrey out front by a count of 6-5. We tipped it off in the 3A title game, and our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers going to continue from Winston on the other side of the break. Fans enjoying themselves this early afternoon start. Here's a look at some of those that have made their way to Winston-Salem on our Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game. That's Original Grills, and it's sponsor of our fan cam throughout the course of the weekend. And of course, the cheerleaders are here, leading everybody in spirit. You saw fans from the youngest of ages to those who have generational memories of these teams in championship environments. Everybody having a good time in Winston-Salem. I know we are.
We are, and the girls out there have nerves. They're a little nervous. And I would say Goldsboro's a little more nervous than East Surrey because they're younger.
It's going to come with that state championship environment, isn't it? And one of the jobs of those coaches is you got a good look at Coach Jay Boaz right there, watching his niece roll this home for a Tatum and Atkinson free throw. One of their jobs to calm these young ladies down. Again, the strong family connection worth underscoring. This is the niece of Jay Boaz, Addison Boaz, who is the senior all-conference ball handler as well, and you talked about it. He has a luxury of individuals who can handle the ball well.
Yeah, he does. Basically, they're all guards.
Nice move, and then the toss to Ford. Initially taken away, and a foul is going to be called to send it the other direction.
You know, I say make shots, make shots. Goldsboro's taking good shots, but you're in the state championship. You've got to make shots. You know, they've got to get those things in there.
Well, it's worth us talking about. We haven't mentioned it yet, but you got a different environment from a depth perception standpoint and other things than you do in a high school gymnasium, Coach.
Exactly. Nerves and, yeah, the court's longer. It's bigger.
You look down and you see the Demon Deacon on the floor, and you see that Wake Forest logo at the center of the court. There's got to be a little nerves.
Right, exactly. And
so see it playing out a little bit in the early stages here. East handling it a little better to the tune of an 8-5 advantage right now. Move the basketball well.
They move it well. They do a good job. They share the ball well.
Window in the lane, and there was contact, so it appears as if Biddy Phillips is going to go to the line. Now let's talk about Biddy Phillips just a moment as she heads to the free throw line. Here's how she ended up there. You see the contact.
Right. I don't know if there was a foul, and there wasn't one.
There's going to be a whistle.
She fell low.
At the end on Boyer. Let's talk about Phillips just a moment. She is that lone sophomore in the midst of all that senior leadership. Really helps a young player grow up when she's surrounded by this kind of cast.
And her dad was a smart player. I mean, really, I didn't coach him, but I recruited him and I wanted him.
What was it that drew you to him from the just the evaluation standpoint and the desire to go ahead and say, hey, we're going to move forward with this? What were the intangibles he brought to the table?
He knew the game. He totally knew the game. He was a decent player. He was a good player, but he knew the game and he played so hard. Gosh, he played hard. I recruited him, like I said, and I didn't sign him. I signed him, but I didn't coach him.
Selection process there. Here's a fast break chance. Won't work out, even though the numbers were there. Here's Goldsboro.
It's a good score. That's it.
And laying it off the glass, Boyer. That's what you've been waiting for. Remember, Boyer went over 1,000 points this year. She reached that threshold. You can see how.
Right, and she shoots a high percentage, and that's a high percentage shot she took.
Boyer for the first time in the scorebook in this one. The lead just 3 for East Surrey. Little disruption there. Nice job by Secreast getting back and disrupting. And it'll slow it up just a little bit. A reminder, shot clock not a factor in these high school basketball games.
I'm not sure if East Surrey is in the zone. I think, yeah, I guess they were. They're out of it now. No, they're not. They're in the zone.
Just extending it a little bit
Yep.
for you there. Down the lane it goes left side. Smith can't get it to go. Here's the putback. Second chance pays off.
That's her.
Suddenly Boyer coming to life as she does. It's a 1-point game with under 2 to play in the first. Handled, grabbed by Boaz. She is going to have it turned aside. That's Buckham. Not the tallest individual on the floor, but makes her presence known with the block.
Good block. You know, Goldsboro's now got their feet. They're ready to play. They're ready to play. Look at that.
Watch Amari Buckham work in there.
That's really
and
nice.
use every bit of elevation she's got to turn that aside.
Now, East Surrey has to take care of the basketball. They have to take care of that.
Reset out top to Biddy Phillips. How about a move here? And now the 3 ball that will rim off. It's an effort for Mackenzie Smith. Mackenzie Smith is the other. She tried to take it away there. She's the other of the all-conference players. Comes off the bench for this group. Again, a wealth of riches. 6 all-conference performers, including Smith, who guards the ball handler here. 1 minute remaining in the opening period. 19 points between them. 1 point separating them here in Winston.
They're doubling Boyer down low, so they'll put 2 people on.
Little stop pop from the elbow. Buckham had a good look there, but it wouldn't fall.
So what they're doing is, because Boyer's so effective, they're putting 2 people down there. And,
A little double team right
yeah, and East Surrey, now what they do offensively, I'm watching them, they like to gap and kick it out. Gap again. One thing about gapping, you got to be strong with the ball, and they've lost it twice. You got to be strong when you go into that gap.
Emery Anderson back into the game at that horn, and she becomes the trigger inbound after a few moments of a breather. Taken away by Brown. So you're talking about when East Surrey has the ball, the strongest of passes necessary in those gaps to make it a reality. We'll see it the next time it comes to this end. Right now, Goldsboro trying to make something happen in the final seconds of the first. They will. How about this? Down the heart of the lane goes the junior, Alyssa Brown. She's one of the all-conference performers for the Cougars. 3 in the starting lineup. Buckham, Brown, Boyer. Another takeaway. Speaking of Buckham, here she is. Just ahead of the horn, and for the first time, East Surrey, or excuse me, Goldsboro, going to push themselves out there. It was East Surrey throughout the course of that first period, leading the way, setting the tone and the pace, but a little spurt from the Cougars of Goldsboro down the stretch in the first to take command of the basketball game after one. Here are your Arthritis Knee Pain Center stats from the first quarter. Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery, are opioids. And they're checking the stats for us. What jumps off the stat sheet at you, Coach?
Really, there's nothing. Both teams have to take care of the basketball. They're losing the ball too much. That's about it. Everything else basically the same.
We also track the point in the paints for you. Here are the ready-to-roll garage door points in the paint for period number one. Call Riley's Garage Door Experts today. That's ready-to-roll garage doors. Well, we found out these two teams were ready to roll. They both scored on their initial baskets of the first period, and that trend's going to continue here in the second for Goldsboro.
And here goes the pressure. They have to be patient, take care of the ball, pass the ball. You do not want to dribble a lot against these kids.
You've heard Coach talking about it.
Do not want to dribble the ball.
You've heard him talk about it throughout, that Goldsboro's trademark is that pressure. They're able to set it up after the made basket there, and we'll see if East Surrey has an answer on this end of the floor. It'll stay with the Cardinals. So look at Coach Boaz, but what a job he's done with this group, preparing them for a state title environment. They look to answer. They will. Rolled home by Maggie Sechrist. What a job by the senior point guard.
There's some pressure, full court pressure. Good steal.
Takeaway. Addison Boaz lays it back home. Just like that, East Surrey pulls right back.
That was just a bad pass.
Into the hands of Mackenzie Smith, who brings it up the floor. Numbers there for the 3-on-2. And unable to hang on to it. East Surrey will turn it over. 5 turnovers in that first period for East Surrey, 4 for Goldsboro. And this is going to be going Goldsboro's direction with 7:06 to play in the second.
Goldsboro's a really, really fast team. So what you do not want to dribble against a lot against them. It's full court pressure here.
Boy, well worked by Goldsboro, and the finish is there for Anaya Ford, the senior.
I think they're just feeling each other out. They'll find out if they want to do that or not. Full court trap. That's what I'm talking about. They're going to drive, and you got to be strong with the ball when you're dribbling.
This defense requires it.
And you don't want to dribble a lot.
Look from 3, and there will be 3 shots coming from the free throw line as the see-through construction free throw line is about to be in effect on this foul call.
It's a good call. You know, again, make shots. Championship game, you gotta make them. After a game like this, people go, we should have made it. During the year, we made it. Well, make it. You gotta make them.
This is the time to step up at the see-through construction free throw line. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. See-through construction, sponsors of our free throw line, and again, 3 of them coming here as East Surrey will try to utilize them to pull all the way back even. And what a true stroke from Mackenzie Smith from the free throw line. You know, we talked about a sophomore in the starting lineup a moment ago. She's a freshman, Coach. Smith, the freshman at the line, getting the job done. No jitters in the state championship environment for her just yet.
I saw her a little jitties after she made the first foul shot. She almost took a little.
That was the exhale moment.
Yeah,
you got it. Just kind of take a deep breath. She makes all 3, and it's a brand new basketball game at 17 apiece.
Ooh, could have walked.
And you called for it on the other end. Buckham does here, and it'll be East Surrey basketball. East Surrey, a win at home over Mountain Heritage in the 4th round to advance to the Western Final for the first time since 2020. And they clinched the conference title with a win over Mount Airy. You know the rivals in that area, right? They come from the Mayberry portion of the state of North Carolina, this East Surrey squad up in a place known for its roots, its bluegrass, its down-home atmosphere, and certainly they come into the championship environment riding high after a big-time run through the West in the playoffs. You know, these Cardinals already showing, Coach, they're equipped to handle this environment.
They are. They're smart. They're smart. The only thing, when they do gap dribble, they go in there and dribble it, they're a little weak with it, but other than that, they're a very well-coached team.
Betty Phillips is going to inbound here. We'll tell you about Goldsboro's path here in just a moment as we turn our attention to Goldsboro. But East Surrey doing such a nice job to turn it into a state championship, at least participating year. These 2 teams trying to make it a state championship year overall. Tie up, the possession arrow will keep it right where it is. Possession arrow, alternating possession arrow is with the Cardinals, so it'll remain East Surrey ball. Just under 6 minutes to play in the opening half. And so far, these 2 teams dead even. You thought we might have a good one here to get things started at noon.
It's going to get better and better because they're getting comfortable with playing in the environment.
The attempted Paramount Key of Asheville three-pointer is just off the mark. Slowing things up now is Brown. Well, it was a win over Kinston, 4 wins over James Keenan, and a big win over Northwood. Those are the highlight moments that the Goldsboro Cougars were talking about rolling in to this state championship environment for Coach Bryant and her crew. What a run for this group. Principal Mario Ray, the AD, Ronnie McClary Jr. And you saw Coach Bryant, her team with just the 2 setbacks all season long at 29-2 campaign. Over to the far side, there was a window to shoot, stepping inside it, and that was disrupted just enough that it'll be into the hands of 4. Out front, there's Boyer. Remember, a couple of back-to-back baskets in that first period, and she had it lined up on the turnaround, but it was just a bit too strong.
Good shot.
Most of the time, that's falling for you. Out of bounds to Goldsboro.
Got to slow it down a little bit. Turn it over. Too much, both teams.
Well, a reminder, you want to stick around. At the intermission, we're going to have our air experts heating and cooling halftime report. We'll have a special interview with Q Tucker, commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. First time half highlights, a whole lot more. Air Experts, schedule your tune-up today at airexperts.com. They're the sponsors of our halftime report here at the 3A Women's State Championship game. We get a whistle and a foul underneath. There's another look at it for you here. Break down what we saw, Coach.
She got fouled. She shouldn't have fouled. She was dribbling out of bounds.
First personal, I should mention, on Boaz. Here comes the inbound.
I tell you, when Boyers at the end, you think about going down 3rd, 4th quarter, put the ball in Boyers' hand side, you're going to get some buckets, but you have to get it to her.
And that's what East Surrey has disrupted for the most part thus far in this game. Those passing lanes to Boyer. Boyer out at the top of the key right now.
But see, they're putting two people on. They're sagging a person over so they can't throw it to her.
Double team action. She comes away with this. Her putback won't go. And this is going to be out of bounds to East Surrey. You saw Kennedy Barber there a moment ago into the game. She's right behind Boyer right there wearing jersey number 1. The freshman seeing some time for Goldsboro as well off the bench for this Cougars squad.
Boyer's going to have to get some offensive rebounds. If they can't get the ball into her in the low post, she'll have to get her points off offensive rebounds, which she does. She gets eight a game.
Smith to bring it up the floor. Told you about the principal AD,
Ooh,
Joey Hurl, Chad Freeman, principal and AD for East Surrey as the Cardinals battle on this end. All the administrators making a run like this possible. This is going to be a look front of the iron from Sechrist. And they had a few chances there. Nothing falling. Hey, 17 steady where it holds right now. That bucket to take the lead on both ends of the floor hard to come by.
These girls are tied right now.
You said tired.
Yeah, they're
in that accent that I like to keep a close eye on. Yeah. They're tied and they're tired right now. Exactly. 17 apiece. And you said it, the legs getting a little heavier in these moments because of so much on the line. You've been in these championship environments. Talk about the mental piece of preparing yourself for a championship environment like this when we come back. Let you think on that one a little bit. We got a break coming in Winston-Salem. Timeout on the floor. We'll take it as well. Our Riddle and Riddle coverage of the North Carolina Championships continue in a moment. Have we seen it yet? Will we see it a little later on? The play of the game will be selected before we complete this contest. Akeem Anastapoulos, sponsors of our player of the game. Akeem Anastapoulos, injured? Don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800-all-sevens. Akeem Anastapoulos, sponsors of our play of the game. We'll also select our player of the game at the conclusion of the contest. That's brought to you by Riddle and Riddle. When justice counts, Riddle and Riddle, injury lawyers, player of the game to be selected before the conclusion of this one. And Coach, with the way we've seen it so far, may go right down to the wire before we can make those selections. Quick off the inbound, quick bucket on the other end of the floor. Well executed, and Ford has
really
to finish.
Really well. They passed the ball above the defense, and they went right to the basket.
3 and change remaining.
Really smart basketball.
In the opening half. Okay, you say smart basketball. I'm going back to that question I threw your direction just before the break. Talk about the mental approach to a championship day like this.
Well, it's hard. In college, it's different because we know each other and we know everything about players. But in high school, if you're going out different regions, it's tough. But you have to, I really believe the first half is get your feet wet and then figure it out after that.
That's a great point.
But, and also you want to see what the other team does. So it's really hard in high school because you don't have a lot of stats and stuff.
Great point. The scouting report is there in the college game. The scouting report is there certainly when you reach the top level of this sport. At this juncture, you're a team out of the West trying to face a team out of the East, a team out of the East trying to face a team out of the West, and that's a great point, Coach. You're kind of learning as you go in that first half.
I think it's like a video game. High school basketball is like a video game. You have to keep changing it as it goes, man.
And then by the third quarter, you got a pretty good sense of what you need to be doing.
I was a high school coach for 3 years up in Asheville, and that's exactly what I said. It's a video game. And I figured out who's the good players, and I play. Coach.
Down the left side of the lane it goes. Smith couldn't get it to fall. Here's East Surrey.
Take your time.
Down a bucket
just
with
have to
just
take
under
your time.
2 minutes to play in the half. You said it. Settling down is key.
No rush.
course, you're listening to the voice of Kevin Cantwell, longtime coach on the Georgia Tech staff. That Final Four run they made, and he was here in the state of North Carolina as the head man at Appalachian State. You heard him say did some coaching on the western side of the state in the high school ranks, well-traveled, as well-traveled in this game as anybody you'll run across, and that's some good advice for everybody all weekend. Just settle it down a bit. They'll do so with 80 seconds to play in the half. What are going to be your takeaways from this first half, though?
I really believe both teams are very similar. They run. Boy is going to be the factor inside. She's going to be a factor, I think, down the stretch. But very similar. Both teams try to do the same.
Ford couldn't quite handle that.
Well,
Boyer stays with it. And how about this? Buckham gets something up.
Boyer needs to be inside, getting those rebounds.
And the foul will stop things at 54 seconds to go in the opening half. That's going to work Ford to the line. That's a first personal picked up there, so nothing to worry about on that front. But here's a chance at the free throw line.
So what Boyer sets herself up in the low post, and when she does that, they're sagging somebody in the backside of her, and the player that's played her is right there. So there's two people on her. So Boyer's going outside, but that's not helping Boyer. Needs to get back in there after she goes outside because offensive rebounds.
Makes the difference.
That's where she's good.
We remind you, coming up at the half, we're going to have the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. You'll meet Hugh Tucker, Commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. Stats, highlights, a whole lot more coming your way as part of the Air Experts halftime report. Some work at the see-through construction free throw line, making it a 21-17 advantage now for Goldsboro. It was East Surrey leading early. Goldsboro surged to the first quarter horn, and they find themselves up 4 now. That would cut it in half, and there's going to be a whistle and a foul on the floor as Biddy Phillips went in for the rebound.
Yeah. She got pushed.
It's going to be
out of bounds
on Alyssa Brown. That's a second personal on Alyssa Brown, picked up there. And the foul was on Brown, even though you see Ford the one come away with the basketball. And it's going to be an inbound underneath. Secrease going to handle it, one of the seniors, not just one of the seniors, the Northwest 3A, 4A Player of the Year inbounds here. Secrease looks for help far side. There's Anderson. She had the first bucket of the game. Her three won't go. Stays here. One from this wing. That won't go either. And this time the board pulled down by Boyer.
Make shots.
16
good
seconds.
Looks, all good looks. Just
couldn't get any of them to fall, and it's going to be East Surrey ball with 10 seconds to play. What do you draw up here?
A good idea there to throw it in, but she wasn't settled yet. Right here, they're going to take a three probably.
10.3.
I don't know if he has a separate. No, he doesn't.
Down to 3 seconds. Final possession of the half, it would seem, although this is out of bounds, and Goldsboro's going to have just 1 second to heave one here. Up 4, will it be more?
That wasn't a bad turnover as far as giving the ball back. So anyway, there's no time on the clock.
And got to quickly turn and heave. That'll be just off the mark, and it'll stay 21-17. Well, it ends up being a 4-0 run to close out the half because remember, we were at 17 apiece moments ago. Goldsboro going to carry the advantage into the break.
Right, and East Surrey has to watch Goldsboro. When they're breaking the press, they're throwing it over the top and they're getting layups. They got to get on the other side. They can't.
Halftime report coming your way next as it's the midway point of the 3A title contest.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning in to the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our long-standing partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that long-standing and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday night lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have shop at our Ingalls. So it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they enter this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs, than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great, or we were runner up, but it was great. And I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
The gridiron home of the Deeks. As we welcome you back to our Air Experts Halftime Report. Pleasure to have you with us on the Sinclair Family of Networks. You've enjoyed a good one. Goldsboro and East Surrey separated by just a couple of baskets at the intermission in the 3A championship game. Coach, time to look back at some of the premier moments from that first half. What you're going to see, East Surrey surge out to an advantage early. Goldsboro surges down the stretch and takes command at halftime late.
And East Surrey shot 17% from the field, and they shot 0 for 5 from the 3. Hopefully they're going to make some more. And what I would like to see with Goldsboro is Boy is only taking 5 shots. She needs to touch the ball more, if not on her rebounds, but she's got to get involved with the game. And like I said, I think it's going to come down to foul shooting, and East Surrey 7-7 right now, so you got to watch that. And, Goldsboro shot 2 for 4, so it's an interesting game. Both teams are very, very similar.
Always keeping an eye on the charity stripe. These are some of the big-time moments we've seen in this one already as our first half highlights entertain you. Let's take a look at the numbers. The arthritis knee pain center stats for the first half look like this.
Yeah, and the field goal percentage, 5 for 28. for East Surrey. They got to straighten that up. Over 5. They got to straighten that up. The rest of it, everything is good, you know. And Goldsboro, I really do believe, boy, it needs to touch the ball more.
It's relief without surgery or opioids. It's the Arthritis Knee Pain Center, and they provide our stats. Of course, in the paint, 16-10 is the split. Those are your ready-to-roll garage doors. Points in the paint, Raleigh's garage door experts. Call them today. That is ready-to-roll garage doors. We'll be back with the third quarter. Cardinals and Cougars just about to hit the floor for the second half in the 3A title game. Back in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the 3A state title contest. Our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers, continuing for you on the Sinclair family of networks. And boy, what a game this has proven to be. Through one half of action, they're separated by 4. Coach, I'll ask you as we get started here. Third quarter just about to get out of the way. Let's start with Goldsboro, who has the basketball to begin things. What adjustments do you need to see? I think I know what's coming. Well, here's a takeaway. We'll have to put that on pause. Quick takeaway, and Addison Boaz and company make a statement out of the intermission. They're down just a bucket.
Here's what I want to talk about at halftime.
Here's pressure, though.
Right. They've been pressuring, but we'll talk about
all right, we'll get back
after
on
this. Yeah, because they didn't do it that time.
We'll get back on it now. Goldsboro adjustments. I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, they want to put Boyer inside. Yeah. If not, she comes outside, but she has to go right back in to get a rebound. She has to become a key factor in this game.
How about East Surrey? What do you see as the adjustments they would need to make in order to claim the title?
Just stay what they're doing and make some shots. And also, during the press, and we'll talk about it, they don't need a face guard because they keep throwing the ball over the top to Goldsboro. And they've gotten some easy buckets on a full court press. Other than that, it's going to be whoever makes more shots.
That's what it seems to come down to in this game so often. 7 and change.
Because they're taking good shots, you know, Jason?
Yep, absolutely. Freshly underway in the third. Just haven't been able to get some of those to fall. You're right, Coach. The shots have been there for the taking. Little disruption. Now gathering it up is Brown. And that's eventually out of bounds, going to be East Surrey basketball. Of course, this Goldsboro team, it has been their goal from the very beginning. She said since June, Coach Bryant told us all we've talked about is a chance to win a ring, a chance to make the dream come true, a chance to close the deal. And you said it, she's done it with some of the fastest guards in the state. But talked about the practice, the work that these young ladies have put in, and they were grateful for the way she has pushed them. And it pays off in moments like this.
Got to take care of that basketball.
Goldsboro, of course, this is a team that is well conditioned. They run that full court, man-to-man, run it for about 32 minutes, right, if they can.
Pretty far out here. This is when they don't know the court because they're pretty far out.
And right now, offensively, things going well, but the foul underneath, and here comes an opportunity from the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. Here's the foul, and Coach, I'm going to go back to that point you just made a moment ago as you see the foul. There's a difference in the court they're playing on right now, and it makes a difference in the way you set up your defense. Walk everybody through it.
Well, it's very obvious. Boyer came way out. But when you throw the ball to the wing in the college court, you're still far away from the basket. And they think the wing, they're coming over half court. And in high school, only 2 dribbles all right. It's 4 more dribbles to be at the same distance from the get the ball to the wing. But Boyer came way out to half court. She's used to come out and set screen. She was way out in half court setting it.
And the Tatum and Atkinson free throw falls. To your point, we've had high school coaches tell us over the years the biggest adjustment is not even the depth perception behind the rim. The biggest adjustment is the length of the court for what they're used to playing on in terms of their gymnasiums, because you set it up based upon where the half-court line is, where the three-point line is, all different in a college environment. They're handling it well, though. Here's a bucket, down 4, and now a little trouble pushing that forward, and we got a whistle with 5:54 to play as Goldsboro wants to take a timeout.
You just feel for where you are on the court. You know, a college court, you have to be as close. As soon as you come over half court, you have to go a little further. Because when you throw the ball, if you just come over and you throw the ball to the wing, which they're doing, they are so far from the basket and they try to start their offense.
Makes a difference, the length of the floor.
Very
for
hard.
Sure. Akeem Anastapulo going to be the sponsor of our play of the game. If you haven't seen it already, Akeem Anastapulo's law firm. He says, injured, don't scream. Call Akeem. Dial 800-ALL-7s. That is the Akeem Anastapulo play of the game. You'll see in just a bit. Both these teams have traveled well. Of course, this East Surrey squad led by the 3 seniors. You see their fan base having made the trip down from that northern central part of the state of North Carolina, the champions out of the West. You know, they've been here all 5 years with Coach Jay Boaz, this senior group, and developed that chemistry in the process.
You know, Coach Boaz just came out and he called off the press. He stopped it. I think it's a good move because it wasn't that effective. You're going half-court trap.
They set up in the half court instead, and that's going to be off the side of the iron.
See where they have a double team in the low post, Boyer?
Down the right side. That's going to be into the hands of Green, but taken right back away and handled beautifully by Naira Smith.
That's a turnover, bad turnover.
Naira Smith, the lead grows to 6 for Goldsboro. Surrey zipping a pass far side to Phillips. Of course, this group defeating Wilkes, North Wilkes, for
Goldsboro's doing a very good job man-to-man.
the first time since their freshman years that they were able to beat North Wilkes. With shots like this, they did it with a huge third quarter, Coach.
Right.
Trying to replicate that. That was in the semifinal. Trying to replicate that with a huge third quarter here in the championship round. They're within 4 now.
That's one of the few jump shots they've made.
Far side. Well, sometimes when the floodgates open, right, you
Yeah.
just never know. And Phillips, as the rebound, gets it into the hands of Boaz, our player to watch, the senior point guard, all-conference performer. Well, there he is, the player of the year in the conference. And a whistle as Goldsboro was trying to take it away.
You know, East Surrey, they don't turn it over, they're getting good shots. It's when they turn it over, they don't get a shot. But they're getting good shots right now.
Yeah,
I think Coach told them to calm down and just take the good ones, pass the ball around. And, you know, there's no shot clock, so take your time.
Getting some of those to fall. That's a first personal on Ford, who was whistled for the foul. And a little window in which to shoot. Won't fall for Phillips. Comes back into the hands of Green. It won't go for Addison Green either, the senior. Couldn't get it to fall. And it will stay on this end.
They need to
with
slow
Goldsboro.
down. They need to calm down and slow down.
Easier said than done, right?
Yeah, she didn't have anything. She was going.
Rebound for Goldsboro.
Ooh. That's tough.
And going to be East Surrey basketball on the far side. And trying to implore them. Remember, they said that what she has done in setting that goal, the goal of a ring, the goal of a championship. You know, she talked about how 3A East, previously 2A for her team, was an adjustment this year. They handled that adjustment, as with all others, very, very well. Lost in the third round a season ago, have made it to the championship environment this time around. Here's a takeaway for Goldsboro. What'd you see on that possession?
A kick ball. That should have.
Didn't end up being a whistle. On this end, it works out. There's Boyer
that's
underneath. And as coaches told you throughout the day, that's the bread and butter for the Cougars of Goldsboro. Lead back to 6. That's a high water mark. Priest will have it in her hands to slow it down a bit.
They're patient.
Here's a 3. Just the back of the iron. You know, that's been the case from three-point land in this one. They are 0 of 6 from beyond the arc, a team that usually shoots it well. When one of those falls, 1 or 2 of those begin to fall, could be a different story for East Surrey. 2:55 left in the third.
I believe a lot of that is the gym, the facility.
Can have something to do with it. You're exactly right. Brown weaves right through, just enough kiss high off the glass. And here is now the largest lead for Goldsboro.
They're going to have to score and then make some stops.
The crew out of the rural eastern part of the state of North Carolina representing themselves very well in Winston-Salem on this day. They're loving the triad moment as the lead has been pushed to its high water mark. Both teams battling as they fight for a 3A crown, and it is Goldsboro right now with East Surrey at arm's length on our broadcast presented by Riddle & Riddle. Well, a look at our original Grills fan cam as we welcome you back to Winston-Salem, North Carolina. They're having fun because they got a great championship game to watch, and we thank our friends at Original Grills for giving you a window into just how much the fans are enjoying themselves this weekend. Elevate your grill game with Original Grills, the sponsors of our fan cam. All right, we turn our attention back to action here. 2:30 to play in the third, and Goldsboro's been on quite a spurt here, Coach, and they stay on quite a spurt. A takeaway by Brown, little whirling dervish action. She can't finish it, and it'll be rebounded by Phillips. Boy, that had a chance to really stretch it out right there.
Well, the coach came out of a timeout with a nice play and threw the ball away.
Little disruption, and that's going to touch the sideline, and it'll be Goldsboro basketball. So Goldsboro right now, East Surrey's got to be careful because Goldsboro in the position to begin to pull away a bit all of a sudden at the 2-minute mark third.
Well, East Surrey has to score, and they have to stop right now. Goldsboro scored. I'm talking about right now.
Out top, Buckley puts it on the floor.
Well, they spread this out.
And Brown's
they go one-on-one.
Buckham has 7, Ford has 8, Smith has 6, Boyer with 6, Brown, who has the basketball, with 4. Those have been the scores for Goldsboro, and that's just a bit too strong. Guess who has it now? Put back true. Boyer, the 1,000-point-plus scorer for her career, adds to her total here today.
East Surrey has to take their time.
The lead in double digits for the first time. And off the front of the rim. East Surrey just needing something to fall. It will. Who else but Addison Boaz to make it happen? Cuts it to 8.
Now, they can't give them an easy basket with this pressure. There's nothing wrong with pressure, but you don't want to give them a quick one. A quick, easy 2.
Addison Boaz, who just knocked home her 8th point of the contest. She leads everybody on the East Surrey side right now. 8 for her, 3 for Smith, 2 for Sechrist, and just a bucket as well for Anderson, interestingly enough, for those 2. Phillips with 4, Green with 4. When you talk about the scores for East Surrey to this juncture.
Right, just need to stop. And all they're doing is trying to go one-on-one. They're spreading them out, you know.
Brown down low. Guess who? Well, this time it's Ford. Ford going to lay it home this time. Ford with a nice job to drop the bucket in at the 1-minute mark.
It's a nice offense. Just spreading it out.
Back to 10. Boyer home this time, and she'll block it on the other end. Boyer looking ahead. She's got help if she needs it, but decides to go coast to coast. Front of the iron. Put back not there. And a scramble for it. And they're going to say it hit the out-of-bound line. Will go the other way for East Surrey.
I'll tell you what, there haven't been a lot of fouls. The officials done a great job. It's not a lot of fouls in this game.
Coming into the contest, Kennedy Barber is a sub. Reminder, we'll have a player of the game selection. Brought to you by Riddle and Riddle. Before the conclusion of this one, when justice counts, Riddle and Riddle, they'll be the sponsors a quarter or so from now of our player of the game. East Surrey up the floor with it. Down 10 with a half minute to go in the 3rd. Remember, this was a 1-point game at the break. So a 14-8 split here in the 3rd. Or excuse me, just a couple of buckets between them. 4 at the break. It was a 1-point game, a good portion of the first half. Tied at 17 at one point. But they've outscored them 14-8 in this quarter and the lead 10 overall. That could change as here's a trip to the line by virtue of this foul.
You know, Goldsboro plays really good man-to-man. And when I say good, it's not overpowering or anything. They keep the player in front of them. They don't let him drive easily to the basket. And that's what's doing. They're making it hard.
This is
to score.
A team that shoots the free throw well when they can get there. Biddy Phillips knocks one down, the first of the Tatum and Atkinson free throws. Injured in a wreck. Call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. And Biddy Phillips will see another one roll home. Phillips with 6 points in the contest. That'll cut it a little into single digits now. And we get a foul out top. And with 12.9 to play, everything stops. Well, you can't see those Goldsboro colors. You certainly can't be here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, without thinking about our friend Dave Odom. His banner hangs in the rafters here where he did so much of his good work in the ACC and beyond. Of course, a Goldsboro native, one of the favorite sons of Goldsboro, Dave Odom. And his banner looking down on this group from Goldsboro as they lead it 35-27. And by the way, Odom family still making some waves in North Carolina as we speak today, right? Yeah. Ryan has the Virginia Cavaliers playing in the semifinals of the ACC tournament just down the road in Charlotte. The Odom family, one of the great families in the history of basketball.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. Yeah. He's doing all right. He had a heart attack and he's doing better.
You know, we worked some games together over the years. I know you've known him for decades, and he's one of the great gentlemen in this game.
I knew him when he's in high school.
And what he's done here, what he did here, you know, the Tim Duncans and Randolph Childress eras, and certainly even Chris Paul and on down the line, with all the work to put Wake Forest University on the map basketball-wise in those days. Can't be here without thinking about the Odom family, and a big hello to them. And the Goldsboro native comes to mind with Goldsboro out front in this contest. East Surrey looking to battle back. They got the basketball now. And just ahead of the horn, but it will not count. Trying to work it ahead of the horn, but it was behind the light, and it will not count, though the bucket went through the hoop. Goldsboro using a strong third quarter. They outscore East Surrey 14-10, double the advantage as we head to the 4th on our Riddle to Riddle broadcast of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association state title games. 3 quarters in the books, 8 separating them. Lead was 4 at half, 4 more in the third, creating the separations. You look at our arthritis knee pain center statistics through 3 quarters. We'll also show you our points in the paint, which are brought to you by Ready to Roll Garage Doors. And those are the 2 numbers that we're tracking for you along the way. Coach, what jumps out to you numbers-wise as we get back to work here in the fourth?
East Surrey has to shoot a high percentage in this fourth quarter. And they've shot, they're shooting 20% from the field. They have to shoot a high percent.
Well, that's
There's
a start.
One, and they have to slow down. They really don't. Decent defense.
They turned to the player of the year in Northwest 3A, 4A, Maggie Sechrist, who has the first bucket.
They have to go slow.
Here's Anderson now. Anderson, and that's too strong. Was there contact there? It's going to stay on this end of the floor, it appears. Going to remain East Surrey basketball. A couple of key possessions for East Surrey as they look to cut the lead in half here with 2 quick possessions of the basketball. Here was that last work as she worked her way close to the bucket. Anderson maintaining possession. That's turned aside, but it'll remain with the Cardinals. This is where those senior leaders rise to the occasion in the moments that count. Those that have been there for the 5 years under Coach Jay Boaz. Family connections. Certainly this team having, as we say so often about the championship environment, become a family across the course of the year. 7:22 to play in the state title game. Underneath, Boaz, and that's into the hands of Boyer. Take away for Goldsboro. And down the lane it goes. That's going to roll off, but into the grasp of Ford. Back to Boyer, and the foul is going to be called, so a chance for Boyer now.
I was waiting for a whistle somewhere. I was waiting for something.
Well, they're working their way into the fourth quarter as well. Here's another look at the contact. Reaching over the body of Boyer. As a result, the see-through construction free throw line opportunity in effect, and Boyer a little too strong with that one. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. It's see-through construction sponsoring our free throws in this fourth quarter.
Every possession East Surrey has right now, they have to get a shot. They have to get a shot to put pressure on Goldsboro.
Second free throw, nothing but the twine, so the lead will grow to 7. 7 the lead, 7 minutes to play in the 3A women's season. Sechrist and her length, will it be a difference maker down the stretch here? We talked about the big hurdle they jumped as they took down North Wilkes for the first time since the freshman year of all these seniors. Of course, Betty Phillips, the sophomore, in there with that senior group out of the leadership crowd, and that's lost off the hands of Boaz. Out of bounds, going to be Goldsboro basketball.
But Goldsboro is really disrupting them. They got their hands in their faces, they're all over them.
Goldsboro making the jump, 2A to 3A East, and the 3A East champs looking strong right now. Second effort, it will go. Amaya Ford, one of the seniors for Goldsboro, and the lead stretches a little further. Tried to work a pass down low. Boaz gathers it up. She'll zip one to the wing. Kinsey Smith, remember she's the all-conference performer. Seen some valuable minutes as well. She'll try a 3. This would be huge, and that has been difficult in this one. 0 of 7 from three-point land for East Surrey, and that's one of the major storylines of the day, Coach. A team that has shot it well from distance over the course of the year, not been able to get the lid off the bucket thus far today.
I'll give a lot of credit to Goldsboro. They're in their faces. They're not getting the really good looks. They're trying to get good looks, but they can't get them.
Yeah, tried to.
That's good pass there.
Yep, tried to work one there. It was not to be, but they do get it down to Sechrist for the bucket.
They can't let this pass go over the head. They keep. All right.
Swatted away by Smith, but it stays with Goldsboro. And gathering it up, laying it off the glass is Ford. Well executed by Goldsboro.
It would be better for them to get out of that and just play in half-court defense. Just getting that's the third easy basket they had of that.
Trying to make something happen. Boaz tries a three, and she'll bank one in. The 8th try is the charm on the three-point bucket, and this is a huge Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer. You can visit ParamountAuto.com to find out more about Paramount Kia, but what you need to know about the three-pointer is that was the first East Surrey has been able to get the fall. Addison Boaz putting together one of the key buckets of the contest for the Cardinals. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, it was finally, they're taking good shots.
Sometimes you just gotta bounce one in off the glass, right?
Now the key to it right now is, all right, East Surrey has been pressing after made shots. If they come out pressed, which they've been doing, they're letting the pass get over the top and it ends up 2-on-1 on the other end. They don't need to do that. They don't even need to press right now. They just stop Goldsboro. And don't do it that way because you're getting 2-on-1 breaks. But they stop Goldsboro in the half-court setting or half-court tracks.
Makes it a 6-point contest. Again, this team talking about it from back in June, Goldsboro, how they wanted to go after the ring. All the sacrifices they made across the course of the year to make that a reality. You think about the strong second half in the semis, how the culture was changed for that group. You look at East Surrey and consider their journey here. Somebody's going to hoist a trophy. They're 5.5 away from doing so, and they're separated now by only 6. This has been a good push from East Surrey to tighten the gap.
They changed their defense to a zone trap. Now, see, if they let one of these pass, that's what they don't want to do over there on that side. They don't want passes over the top.
You're talking about top of the screen.
Yeah,
Your takeaway. And who was it last touched by? Going to be East Surrey basketball. Momentum with East Surrey at the moment. They'll have possession on the baseline. What did Coach Boaz say to us in the press conference? Don't have to tell them to go. Sometimes have to tell them to whoa, but don't have to tell them to go. It is certainly go time now for East Surrey. A drive to the bucket, an and one chance coming for Emery Anderson. Anderson, who had the first basket of the day, gets it to fall through the hoop, and she's got an and one coming. This will cut the lead in half again, and it'll be a one-possession basketball game if she makes from the see-through construction free throw line, and they're so good from that spot. It is a 3-point game in Winston-Salem. And a held ball. Possession arrow is with Goldsboro, or was a timeout granted Goldsboro. Goldsboro wanted a timeout as the tie-up was transpiring, and I believe the timeout was granted, so it was a timeout on the floor. Goldsboro will have the ball out of the timeout. Coach, what a push from East Surrey right here all of a sudden. They finally got that 3-ball to fall. Couple of big takeaways defensively. Just like that, it's a one-possession game.
The last 2 possessions, Goldsboro against the Fuqua pressure, they've been throwing it over the top and going down and getting some. This time they took the guard and rode it to the corner and threw the ball to her twice. And she got trapped and lost the ball twice. So you need to look, you got to look north and south. The more you look east and west on the basketball court, you're in trouble. You got to go back and forth. You got to go up and down. Defenses do not like to play somebody who goes right at the basket all the time.
Coach Jefferson in there, the football quarterback room at UNC, that staff that's been put together by Jay Boaz. It talks about the big old hearts that he has seen alongside the athletic ability on this run for his team. And they showed both that heart and that ability here in the 4th quarter to cut it to a single possession. And now Goldsboro to inbound with 5 minutes. There's an eternity left in this.
Hold on, listen. They totally took everything. Offense is a half court, so you got to move your defense back. That was a great move by Goldsboro. Great move. Great move.
Goldsboro on the inbound. Again, 5 minutes of basketball eternity left here. And another timeout's going to have to be burned by Goldsboro as they still have trouble working across the timeline.
Having trouble getting in. They should just...
So East Surrey, suffice it to say, with all the momentum right now. Remember, it was Goldsboro by 4 at the half, Goldsboro by 8 at the end of the 3rd quarter. Goldsboro ran the lead to double digits at one point, but it is East Surrey seemingly in command right now, though they trail it by 3. All the momentum on that western side right
It's
now.
all been caused by East Surrey's defense, full court pressure, but that hasn't bothered them the whole game. And for whatever reason, Goldsboro got out offensively doing what they do against that press, and they started passing the ball in the short corners over here when they've been passing the ball up the court. So let's see what they do when they come out, but you don't want to be throwing that ball in the short corners in the defense because they're going to trap you. It was amazing about, I'm watching East Surrey, and the key to this is they're seniors. These are composed kids. They've been through but if these are juniors and sophomores, they'd be panicking. They'd probably be down by 15. This team is composed.
We talked about Coach Jefferson Boaz. He was in the North Carolina quarterback room. He brings all that history from the football side to his basketball prowess. The son of Jay Boaz, obviously. You've got Kelly Monsinger. You've got Kyle Chenault, Andy Jessup, of course, Terry Lee, who handles the stats, all that contingency, trying to push toward the title, and they're doing it well right now. It's out of bounds to East Surrey, going to stay with the Cardinals.
3 turnovers in a row. 2 of them out of timeouts.
And perhaps ready to take one back. It'll stay with this group, however. Anderson to Smith. Smith down the right side. 1-point basketball game as the run continues for East Surrey. Finally able to break it and work it across the timeline. Goldsboro with an answer. Laid home by Kennedy Barber, the freshman, no less, to stretch it back to 3.
Nice composure.
Anderson, and slowed back out. 3 from the other side, it won't go. Somehow the rebound was snatched initially by Smith. They're going to call a tie-up this time, and the possession arrow is with Goldsboro, so it will be Cougars ball up 3. Just another look at that sequence, Coach. Walk through what you saw.
Yeah, she's sneaky. She's right behind getting East Surrey.
Now Goldsboro having to work it in again.
That's the bad spot, but she's breaking it.
Smith breaks through. Had to grab the handle. Guess who? Down low. Laid home by Boyer. Goldsboro responding now at the 4-minute mark.
You don't want them scoring quickly. That's why that press sometimes it's not helpful. But then it is helpful.
Well, it was pretty helpful when they were making that comeback
Yeah,
run.
it
Just doesn't
yeah.
get helpful in moments where they can break it. It's kind of one of those double-edged swords, so that much is sure. We'll be back to walk you through the balance of the 3A title game. Hey, they finally banked home a 3, and East Surrey has made it incredibly interesting here in the 4th, though Goldsboro is still out front with 3:45 to play. Goldsboro having shot 44% from the floor across the course of the contest, and since the first quarter, it has been the Cougars out front. As we welcome you back to our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Entry Lawyers of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association 3A Women's Championship game. East Surrey put quite an early 4th quarter run together to tighten the score. They got it down to one possession. And to the line goes Emery Anderson. She is at the see-through construction free throw line for some important ones. And Coach, you say so often it comes down to how well you shoot it from right here.
Yeah, they're a good foul shooting team. It's what East Surrey does not want to do is give up a quick bucket easy inside. So
one possession again as she makes them both from the see-through construction free throw line.
Make Goldsboro work for their basket, no matter what you give them. Don't give them a layup. Don't give them. Just watch what you do here too. You got to watch it. There's people wide open.
Trying to force the tie-up. They will. Possession arrow with East Surrey. Down 3. The Cardinals will have the basketball at the 3.5-minute mark.
I'm not sure that defense is going to hold up there. They got lucky there. But there was people wide open underneath the basket.
Well, when they've had it, it has been that defense that was the catalyst for their comeback here in the fourth. And this thrown into the hands of one of the Cougars there, and now they're tied up again, and I mean tied up in terms of a jump ball, as we call it these days, the alternating possession arrow, and it's going to be with Goldsboro, so it is Cougars basketball. All right, Coach, 3:16 left in this one. Take me inside both scenarios right now. What does Goldsboro need to do to salt this away?
Be patient. Don't throw the ball away, but I want to watch this trap, East Surrey's trap, because they're leaving people open. An easy basket's going to kill them. There we go.
Underneath. And a foul is called. And the official's going to talk about this just a little bit, and it is going to be. It's going to be a flagrant foul, intentional foul going to be called here, and that's costly with 3:07 to play. You said it looked like somewhat of a sure bucket coming here, and the disruption is going to be called as intentional.
In the last possession, the same thing. They got lucky, got a jump ball out here, but people were wide open underneath. I would just want Goldsboro to really work to get 2 points.
Shots coming here. 44-41 is the Goldsboro advantage. And the Cougars looking for more at the see-through construction free throw line. Your contractor of choice on the OBX, that's see-through construction. Now 41-44 where we sit. Key free throws here. The second for Barber, whose points today you see on the screen. Give her 3 in the contest.
That's a big shot.
And the lead now goes to 4. So it becomes a 2-possession game right there. 3:07 is a lot of time.
Yeah.
Goldsboro answering East Surrey here. From the corner. 3 ball.
That's it there.
Amari Buckham, the senior. That is just the second made 3 for Goldsboro, just the third between the two teams in the game. What a time for it. A critical Paramount Key of Asheville 3. And this is going to be Goldsboro's after the whistle, and just like that, Coach, a free throw took it to 2 possessions. A Paramount Key of Asheville 3 runs it back to 7 in the blink of an eye.
Yes.
Goldsboro, a foul is going to be called on Biddy Phillips here.
There's a lot of time here, but a little panic here with the press.
Went to 7 pretty quickly, and inside 2:40 we will go.
I might have to trap now.
Takeaway, worked out. Smith had it in her hands. Forward to Secreast, and she will draw the foul from Buckham. And Secreast to the see-through construction free throw line. Well, this team having been really good from the charity stripe today. In fact, perfect in that category. They are 12 of 12 from the free throw line. And you can make it 13 of 13 as Secreast, the Northwest 3A, 4A Player of the Year, an all-conference performer, inches East Surrey a little closer, and timeout is now going to be taken. It's a full timeout with 2:29 to play. All right, take us inside both these huddles. Give us a sense of what the conversation's like with 2:29 to go in the state title game.
Well, I'm not sure if Coach Sorry would do this, but I'd start fouling certain players on Goldsboro. It's like a whole ball. So I would go foul. If certain players get it, I'd foul. And I don't know who,
What's
any
the,
of the ones that about fouling, but I'd have to go. I'm
what's,
going to put
the
them on the foul line.
what's the conversation in the Goldsboro huddle right now?
Just protect the ball. Just protect the ball. And defensively, they've done a heck of a job. But just protect the ball. I really believe that East Surrey, they should trap and then foul.
Coach Khadijah Bryant, think about the staff she's put together. Charlie Colton, Tiana Christopher, Sarah McDuffie, the managers. Royal, Lewis, Hunt, Virginia Royal, Faith Lewis, DeAndrea Hunt, excuse me, Casey Young, and Dwight Sutton on stats. I believe we got both of the full staffs kind of mentioned there now because it takes an entire team unit to bring a group here to the state championships, and what Coach Bryant has done with this group, something remarkable. They hold the lead at 48-42, but again, we resume with Sechrist on the free throw line, and the senior guard, an 1,000-point scorer who reached that in the third round in the win over Polk, is able to add another after the timeout. Coach, that cuts it to 48-43.
And if certain players get it, the weaker players, this is too easy.
Broken, and there's Barber. Two in there on the other end. It's been a feast or famine scenario.
Right.
When they break it, it's a bucket. When they disrupt, they've made a comeback. But it is feast or famine that press, as it so often can be. And here's Sechrist weaving through again, and the rebound away to Goldsboro. Here come the Cougars. Too strong. Barber tried to put it back. That was last touched by East Surrey. It'll stay with the Cougars. Still 2 minutes and change remaining. The Goldsboro lead is 7, and she's coaching like her life depends on it right now.
She's done a heck of a job.
An amazing job.
A really good job.
With this team. And she talked about the way the changing of the culture took place when she came in, and how summer workouts and camps were such a part of it. They played summer league and they played fall league, and it's all so they could hoist a trophy on a day like this. Closing in on it, and here's a whistle and a foul. One thing Goldsboro does, you know that, and they've done under her leadership, and it's been their trademark, is they're going to put pressure on you. And she's telling them now, be smart with every move of the basketball. Back to the see-through construction free throw line, where they are 6 of 10 today, and you can make it 6 of 11. See-through construction. One more reminder, your contractor of choice on the OBX. It is see-through construction.
You know, East Surrey's going to look back and go, well, we shot the ball really well, and that's all it was. They just missed. They didn't shoot like they did during the year.
You're in the Outer Banks. Give them a shout there for sure. Free throw's good on the second one. Lead still there for Goldsboro. Inside 2 minutes to play. Takeaway by Phillips. Plenty of time remaining. And East Surrey with Anderson up the floor with it. 95 seconds to play in Winston-Salem. Just side of the iron. That's been so much of the story in this one. Team that shoots it so well, shooting less than 30%. And that won't fall. But the second effort for Kennedy Barber does. And with the freshman laying it home, the lead is all the way back out to double digits. They're starting to feel it, the Goldsboro contingency.
And you know what? I'm the type of coach I feel sorry for East Surrey. But
Well,
Goldsboro did it. They made them play a tough, miss shots. They were the reason why their offense did.
You always feel that way regardless of who's on which side of this thing, and
Right.
regardless of which team's out front when it comes down to this, because you got to think about it. You've been a Western champion or an Eastern champion to get here. Only one of these teams can hoist the trophy, and Goldsboro looking strong, as we told you earlier, in a building where one of Goldsboro's favorite sons made his name with the Demon Deacons. These Goldsboro natives, the Cougars, are making their mark on 3A high school basketball game in North Carolina with 118, all that separates them from the championship. Tell me what this Goldsboro team has done well, not just today, Coach, but all season long to put themselves in this spot.
Well, everything they did today, they did during the season.
Yes.
Right? They're just a solid team. Now that I've sat there and watched them, they're just solid. And I really like their defense. They don't jump at you, they don't go crazy, but they're going to keep the player in front of them. And they did a good job. That's the reason why East Surrey had a tough time shooting. They made it tough for them to make shots.
Had a couple of key transfers come in. The young freshmen have been poised. The senior leadership has been strong, and a team with a strong second half in the semis has played a strong game throughout here in the state championship. This group that has shown up and bought in, now just a minute or so away from claiming the 3A championship.
Just making it hard for East Surrey to shoot. Their defense is doing a tremendous job.
Taken away again.
Tremendous job.
Here's Buckham out front. Off the front of the rim, trying to put it back to Smith. She'll be fouled with 45.9 to play. Let's talk about some individual efforts in this one as they go to the see-through construction free throw line again on this foul. A fourth personal picked up there. Let's talk about some individual performers, Coach. 11 for Buckham, 11 for Boyer, and leading the way has been Amaya Ford, the senior, in jersey number 11, with 14 points to pace everybody. But a trio in double figures here for Goldsboro to lead the way. Into the contest is Leah Simpson, a senior forward for East Surrey you saw there. And of course, Smith with 6 points for Goldsboro, looking for number 7. She'll find it at the see-through construction free throw line. How about that trio, though? Buckham, Ford, and of course, the work that's been done by Boyer all along the way.
I think Buckham has probably been, to me, the one that's run the show the whole game.
She has handled the ball
well. Hit the key shot over there. The three was a key shot.
And she's been pesky on defense. You talk about the three she hit from the corner. Remember the block earlier in the contest? She's not a person that would be a candidate for that type of activity. But it just goes to show that she's been everywhere today.
She's relentless. She is. She's relentless on both ends.
What a day for Amari Buckham. Surrey trying to make something happen, just 22 seconds to play, and that's been the story. Swatted away by Barber, as Goldsboro is moments away, seconds away now, 17 of them to be specific, from celebrating a title. That'll be another Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum moment for a crowd from Goldsboro. What fitting, the colors similar. And the outcome impressive. There's just the second made three in this contest for East Surrey, but it's going to come once Goldsboro had done enough work to claim the 3A crown. The Cougars of Goldsboro fulfilling the dream and accomplishing the goal that they've talked about since June. It'll be a ring on the finger, and the Eastern champion Goldsboro Cougars hoisting the trophy under the direction of Coach Bryant and her staff. What an amazing job they have done, and it all shakes out to a 54-46 final in the 3A state championship game. We'll come back, have the trophy presentation. You'll hear from Coach. We'll have the superlatives selected. So much more coming your way on our broadcast presented by Riddle & Riddle from Winston-Salem after the break. Goldsboro claiming the crown in 3A. What an afternoon for the Goldsboro Cougars. Dealt with an early deficit, but surged ahead late first and worked their way down the stretch to salt away a 54-46 win. And we're now joined by Coach Bryant courtside. And Coach, first things first, congratulations. You
Thank
said
you.
this was the dream from all the way back in the early stages of the summer. Now it's a reality.
Yes, sir.
Walk us through what it's like over there on that sideline.
I just have 10 girls that's just ready to play. Okay, and then they come out, they just give it their all every day in practice. Before the game, we kind of just took in the moment. We got here early. We was able to kind of, see the building, so that it wasn't intimidating. And man, those girls just play hard. They play hard. They just did a phenomenal job.
You took a pretty good punch from East Surrey in the early going,
Absolutely.
but you have to love the way they responded.
Yes, East Surrey is a very, very, very good team, very fundamentally sound. Got some good shooters up there, got good guard play. They run their sets very well. Much respect to East Surrey. Very good team. I knew it was going to be a challenge coming in, but I'm glad that my girls rose above.
Your defense did everything. You stopped them. They couldn't shoot. They had a terrible shooting night. And it wasn't really because they had a shooting out. They weren't open. And you kept contesting shots. That last shot the girl blocked, she came from somewhere else. And that's all coaching. That's all coaching.
Absolutely.
It's great defense, solid defense. Good job.
Thank you.
It was really fun.
Thank
Did you go over that every day?
Oh, absolutely. We've been playing man-to-man all season long. So, things that we talk about for, four-man shell drill, getting the help, getting in the denial, making sure that we're there, stopping the ball, then recovering out. Alyssa Brown, number 23, she's an amazing on-ball defender. She drops back, gets the help, comes back to the ball, and she's been doing that all season for us. So she definitely came in big right here when we needed her.
And I saw her do that.
Absolutely. She's
hard.
phenomenal in the help. She's phenomenal in the help.
And it's very solid defense. It's not a crazy where you go to crazy stealing stuff. It's very solid.
Yes, sir.
Coach, what does this mean to the community as we wrap up our interview with you? Walk us through what it means to Goldsboro. You got a Goldsboro Natives banner hanging in this building.
Absolutely.
Another moment in this building here for Goldsboro. What's it mean, Coach?
Oh, it means the world, not just to me, but to the community. I think they said it was about 40 years since we were able to do this. One of my player grandmother was a part of that championship team, so for her to be able to play her senior year, her 4 years here, and to be able to be a part of the team that brought home another championship for Goldsboro High School. The community, not just Goldsboro High School, but the Wayne County community, from everybody, all the support. It just means the world, not just, like I said, to Goldsboro, but to the whole Wayne County community.
Well, congratulations, Coach.
Thank
Go
you.
enjoy this with your team.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, what a moment for Coach Bryant, for the Goldsboro Cougars all the way around. And, Coach, you could see there in talking with the leader of this program why they've been so successful this year. She was dialed in from start to finish.
You could tell it, the way she talked about it. And I just saw it. The difference here was the defense that made East Surrey shoot bad percentage. That's it. Both teams played very well.
All right, speaking of playing very well, let's look at some of the superlatives. We start with our Akeem Anastapulo play of the game. You referenced the three-pointer from Amari Buckham. It was timely, and it stands as our Akeem Anastapulo play of the game.
Yeah, that was the play of the game. As soon as she made it, I said, it's a backbreaker. And
remember, that was right after the free throw, took it from one possession to two. She hit the three. The lead surged to 7. Timely, to say the least. And Akeem Anastapulo reminding you, don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800-ALL-7s, sponsors of our play of the game. And our player of the game, well, it's what she did all season as well, Coach. Isaiah Boyer was a 1,000-point scorer in her career, and the senior led them here. She is our Riddle and Riddle player of the game.
I felt at the beginning she was going to be the key player because of the size. She does a great job, offensive rebounds, and that's how she scored at the end, was the offensive rebound right there.
And you saw her work on both ends of the floor, had the block on one end of the floor, the offensive rebound and the putback there. And the leader of this group of Goldsboro Cougars standing as our Riddle and Riddle player of the game. What a performance by the Goldsboro Cougars. Coach, you look back at this and you look back at a season, and it's now a championship season for Goldsboro. You've experienced those moments. You heard Coach say what it means to the community. Put it into words for the fans at home, how this is a moment that lasts not just for a season or a decade, but for a lifetime.
For the community and the players, all right, it's something that's special. Coaches think they're going to do it again. They're going to be coaching like 15, 20 years. Oh, I'll be back there. I'll be back there. But for the community and for the players, it is, it is what their goal. That's their goal. It's their goal. The players want to win a championship. Only one team can do it.
This team did. You hear the reception for the Goldsboro Cougars as the medals are handed out, the trophy handed down. Big smile for Coach Bryant. Her team with 30 wins, a 30-win campaign. They go 30-2 here in 2025-2026. And put together a tremendous year. And now the announcement of the individual awards are coming. Well, calling for the Cougars to come receive the trophy. And basketball being handed over. Of course, the banner that will hang prominently, the latest of the banners to hang prominently in the gym there in Goldsboro. See the outstanding performers being heralded there. Amari Buckham, who we've talked about, the work that Alyssa Brown was able to do. Maya Ford, an outstanding performer, and obviously Isaiah Boyer, that we highlighted as our player to watch. Should just mention this team. Amari Buckham, 0. Niera Smith, Amaya Ford, Alyssa Brown, Isaiah Boyer, Kennedy Barber, Alexis Keene, Hayden Davis, Desiree Thompson, Nariah Nelson. That's the group. Those were the players that brought a championship home for Coach Bryant and company. And coaches Lawton Christopher, McDuffie, managers Royal, Lewis, Hunt, and staffs Young and Sutton handling those items. All those coaches, all those personnel members. For principal Mario Reef, for AD Ronnie McClary Jr., everybody will celebrate this Goldsboro championship. Here comes the announcement of the most outstanding player.
In East Surrey High School, the most outstanding player, powered by United States Army National Guard. For the Cardinals was number 12, Addison Boaz.
Most outstanding player for the Cardinals is Addison Boaz. That'll make her uncle. Of course, she's the niece of Jay Boaz, who led this team to a Western championship this year and to the state championship environment. And it's a year that they'll talk about in that part of the state for ages to come. But the Boaz family, you think of Jay Boaz, the head coach, his 5 years there. Jefferson Boaz, who we talked about, his son on the staff. Here's his niece now receiving what the Boaz family has meant to that region of the state and to the state at large. It's hard to put into words. Congratulations to the senior guard, all-conference performer, Addison Boaz, who is selected as the outstanding player for East Surrey. And on the Goldsboro Cougars side of things, Amaya Ford, another of the seniors in this contest today, selected as the outstanding player for the Cougars. And now we're going to have the most outstanding player of the 3A championship announced to stand alongside Amaya Ford. Ford, who in this one finished with 14 points to lead all scorers. 14 points, also mixed in some other key numbers here and there. And here comes the MVP announcement for the 3A championship.
Of course, with the Wolfpack, the Kay Yao MVP.
Of course, the MVP named after Kay Yao, who we all remember so well from her time in Raleigh with NC State. As you might have expected, Isaiah Boyer, the senior, she was a 1,000-point scorer in her career. She had 11 here today, alongside 11 total rebounds, a double-double in the state championship game. And she is the MVP in more ways than one for the Goldsboro Cougars.
She came through, she stayed steady. I really was just thinking, I have not seen, if they would have played in half-court defense, East Surrey, she might have scored a bundle of points. Maybe they were pressing to keep the ball away from her.
Yeah, that ended up being a great game plan. They ran it right down to the wire when all was said and done. But it's Goldsboro's Cougars getting the job done, and congratulations to Isaiah Boyer as the most valuable player of the 3A championship contest. We're going to give you one more look at the numbers. We told you about some of the individuals that led the way. Here are the overall Team numbers brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids. What are the numbers you'll take away from
Field
this
goal
one, Coach?
percentage,
Yeah.
period.
Made the difference, didn't it?
It could be three-pointers and regular two-pointers.
Field goal
it hurt them.
percentage overall is they end up shooting 44% to the 26% for East Surrey. Here are the points in the paint, as always, brought to you by Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Riley's Garage Door Experts. Big split there, too, 40-24.
Yeah, and I'm going to give all the credit because of the East Surrey's bad shooting performance to Goldsboro.
Yeah, you got to.
I really do.
Disruption there for the Cougars from start to finish. Those are the key numbers from this one. Congratulations to the Goldsboro Cougars. The number that stands above them all, 54-46. That the final score as Goldsboro claims the crown. Big thank you to all of our sponsors, Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts, Heating and Cooling, Tatum & Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, Akeem and Astapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingalls Markets, all making our broadcast possible. East Surrey and Goldsboro gave you one to remember. In the end, the 3A ranks see Goldsboro's Cougars atop the hill. Another moment for a group from Goldsboro right here in Winston-Salem at Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum. Much more to come as Championship Friday rolls on in North Carolina in just a bit.
Ever since my boots first hit these streets, had to scratch and claw.
The 4A women ready for a championship showdown in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Pleasure to have you with us in the Triad region as the Old North State crowns champion after champion on this Friday. The Golden Tornadoes and the Blue Devils unbeaten coming in to this contest. With that, we welcome you back to Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum alongside my broadcast partner Kevin Cantwell, Jason Patterson with you. We roll on, and Coach, this is the culmination of a lifetime of preparation.
It is. It's a big day for both teams, and hopefully it come out good, but it's a good day. It's a really big day for these kids.
Talk about some of the individuals that we're going to be watching in this one, the players we keep an eye on, and you want to start by talking about Duran as our Riddle and Riddle player to rely upon.
The smallest player on the court, and she'll be the most relentless person on both ends, and we'll remember her after the game is over, I'll tell you.
She's certainly the leader of this Golden Tornadoes squad. As we flip over and take a look at the leadership for the Maiden Blue Devils, you highlight Culliver.
Right, and she's the inside presence, and she's an excellent passer, so if you're going to double team her, she can pass out of it.
Kiara Culliver, our player to watch, brought to you by Riddle and Riddle. Those are the players to rely on. We turn our attention now to your keys to the game. This is the Ingles food for thought. What's it come down to, Coach?
Well, Fairmont presses the whole time, so they have to create turnovers, and they have to share the ball when they get it offensively. On the other end, stay out of foul trouble and make shots.
Making those shots goes a long way toward making it.
Shots in a championship game is hard.
Long way toward making it a
hard.
championship moment. 4A title going to be handed out momentarily. You will see the Golden Tornadoes collide with the Blue Devils on the other side of the break here in Winston.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
Blue Devils are here. Maiden making the trip, the journey of, right around an hour and a half in order to get the job done, making it here from down around the Hickory area. Of course, they tangled with the Fairmont Golden Tornadoes, who made a 2.5-hour journey from the North Carolina-South Carolina state line, just west of Wilmington, down on the border in the eastern part of the state. The champions out of the eastern part of the state, ready to roll. The Golden Tornadoes of Fairmont and the Blue Devils of Maiden. And we are ready. It is going to be tipped and controlled by the Blue Devils. Golden Tornadoes will set up defensively to begin things. First possession to Maiden. Happy to have you with us for a women's title game now underway.
It's very important because Fairmont really presses. They really get on top of you. They get really over you. You have to protect the ball.
Quick contact and an inbound coming from the side as Willow Bass is set to trigger it. Willow Bass, one of the junior guards on this squad. We introduced you to Culliver, the senior leader, a four-time all-conference performer who wears jersey number 10. They'll try to get it in her hands early and often, no doubt about it. Here's Ava Anderson with it from top near the elbow. That was a shot from Culliver. She took the first look, was not to be. Here's a look at the starting lineup. The Tatum and Atkinson starting lineup for the Golden Tornadoes as they bring it up the floor for the first time. You see the surrounding cast here, Coach, alongside of the individual you highlighted a bit earlier. What do you watch for on this first possession?
Right now, they're in the zone defense. They're going to try to stop it from going inside or drive into the basket.
Nair, Duran, Kyle, Brady, Smith, leading this crew to the charge.
Both teams are well coached. They share the ball. They play really good defense. So I'll give the edge to Maiden in the game because they have 3 seniors and Fairmont has 1 to start. But that doesn't, it could be something down the stretch. But both teams are very similar.
Just from experience standpoint, you're saying. And
exactly.
that tells you we're looking deep to find something that separates them 2 teams that are evenly matched in this 4A title game. First look from 3, and that's number 3, Duran, who tried it. Doesn't make contact with anything, and it's going to be Maiden basketball once again. Once again, our starting lineups brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson. Going to be Rembert, Anderson, Bass, Dula, Culliver on the Maiden side of things. And Culliver, who we highlighted, there's a look at the surrounding cast. Thanks to Tatum and Anderson, sponsors of our starting lineups. As if you're injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. It is Ava Anderson on the floor. It is Tatum and Atkinson that you want to make sure you see when you have a need. They are sponsors of our starting lineups.
Full court 1-2-2 trap. I get a feel for what Maine's trying to do. Right there is not a good place to pass the ball.
And here's a takeaway. Now almost. Bass had a hand on it, but not able to push it forward, and it stays with Fairmont. Coach, what do you see early?
Well, Fairmont's got to have an offense. They're not doing anything but pass it around. I wonder if they were ready for the zone because it seemed like they're cutting everybody through.
And this one pulled down by Dula.
That's a good move. That was a good shot. Drove north to south. That's what you want to do. And Anderson's only a sophomore. She's a solid player.
Still plenty of time to grow into her own as well. This from the other elbow, top of the key. Dula tried one. Remember Haven Dula, who came over. She's the North Carolina, South Carolina All-Star Game participant, was a County Player of the Year. All-star performer all the way around. Her shot won't go. Nothing will. We stay scoreless. This can happen in the early stages of these championship games. You're in a different kind of gym. The length of the floor is a challenge, as we talked about. Depth perception is a challenge. There's so many hurdles you have to overcome just to settle into the state championship environment, and you're seeing a little bit of that here, Coach.
And the first one is you got to make a shot. As soon as they make one, it'll break the ice. And individually, it's the same thing.
This floor says something. They're hard to come by. Ava Anderson's shot rims out. The name Anderson means something to you in Maiden. We'll talk about it as the game goes along.
Yes.
It's just what you would suspect. The Anderson family connections are true.
So there's no cut through. They're going to stand out and just shoot. If they're going to do that, they have to make some shots.
A rebound away to Culliver. Looking up the floor. Rembert has it, and now a long 3. That was from the top of the Wake Forest logo, and not to be. Both in on 4 minutes. Neither team able to find the twine just yet. Very different start. The first game we had today, both teams scored on their very first trip down the floor.
They need to start putting kids, girls in the corners.
Here's another long 3, and that's a 3rd time that Fairmont has fired away from distance without making connection on anything, and it's going to be Maiden basketball. Timeout on the floor. We'll take it as well. Wading in to the state championship game in Winston-Salem. Our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers continues after the break. Well, fans enjoying themselves as we give you a glance at our Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game with Original Grills, showing you some fans from both Fairmont, North Carolina and Maiden, North Carolina, colliding with one another for the 4A championship. Golden Tornadoes and Blue Devils visible on the Original Grills fan cam. There's a look at the Fairmont Golden Tornadoes huddle. Coach, both these teams talked about their defense in the press conferences, that the defense and the approach defensively is what has led them to this point. Well, I think we could suffice it to say it's been the defense is shining so far halfway through this first period, and we're still looking for the first bucket of the game.
Yeah, someone's going to break the ice here.
There's a little of that defensive pressure on cue,
well,
provided by the Golden Tornadoes.
Well coached, put the people right there to break the press.
Anderson with the basketball.
Ava, she's only a sophomore, very mature. Good tough play.
With feet inside to Culliver.
That's tough. She's the one.
Just a little bit off the mark. Here comes McNair with it. Lyric McNair, speaking of only a sophomore, that's her situation as well, the all-conference performer.
You know, Maiden stopping the transition, go try to, they stop transition, they're back to do that. Now it's half-court defense.
From the corner, another three that misses everything, and that's been the story for Fairmont in this first period. Maiden with it. You talk about Anderson, the calm with which the sophomore brings them up the floor. She'll stop, try to pop from three-point land herself, won't fall.
She could have drove right to the basket there with her left hand.
Lid on one bucket, and this team trying to find the other bucket right now. 2:45 and ticking downward, no score.
Now, I do say this, the building has something to do.
It does, has a great deal to do
when you
with
shoot
it.
3 air balls in a row.
Well, that finds the iron out of the hand of McNair. McNair, who's got a UNC Pembroke and a UNC Asheville offer, as she is just a sophomore receiving those offers as an all-conference performer. Inside and just off the fingertips of Culliver.
There's that passing from inside.
Top of the key where Rimbert connects on a three, and our first points on either side coming with just over 2 minutes to play from Reagan Rimbert.
That was a good pass by Culliver inside.
Comes as a Paramount Auto three-pointer to get us started. Blue Devils looking for more. Trying to go on what would be piecing together some buckets to make a run early. Bass puts it on the floor. Thoughts related to another three, won't go. Trying one from deep, and Bass will knock it down. Willow Bass a three, and a couple of trays have Maiden out of the gate first.
Whoever makes shots is going to win. They're taking long shots.
Maiden Blue Devils with a couple of three-point baskets, and now a takeaway. Slow it up, and it's going to be a tie-up. Possession arrow is going to keep it with the Blue Devils. So they say really good defense from McNair there as she forces the alternating possession arrow to go into effect. Take another look at her job getting back there, Coach.
Quickest jump ball I've ever seen in my life.
Off the inbound and just off the mark, Rimbert's shot. She connected on one earlier.
They stopped them from going to the basket. They're doing a great job, man. And not letting them get to the basket.
1 minute to play in the opening period, and the Golden Tornadoes trying to find something to put on the scoreboard. And a foul just before the shot of Duran. Aaliyah Duran, another of those sophomores. You know, Coach, the Golden Tornadoes have a pair of sophomores handling the basketball alongside a freshman and a junior and a senior in the starting lineup. So a well-rounded yet somewhat young group here.
Yeah, that's what I saw, but I was that's why I say that Maiden starts as 3 seniors. But now I'm looking at the sophomore. She's mature.
She's the ball handler.
She runs the show.
Ava Anderson, a calming effect on the floor. And that's tipped aside by Dula.
Fairmont just has to hit one shot. Just break the ice.
Haven Dula, you saw there disrupting. You mentioned she's the county player of the year, was Western North Carolina All-Star. Will play in the North Carolina-South Carolina All-Star game. With a senior forward. And there it is. Maiden Going to bring it inbound after Fairmont has their first bucket of the game toward the end of this first quarter. McLean getting the job done. Now a second trip, this one just off the mark. To the interior, where they would like to utilize that all day.
Yeah,
Culliver open underneath.
That's their game. That's their whole game. They get it into her in the half-court set.
8-2, the advantage for Maiden.
It's a good shot.
Al comes across after snatching that rebound, but cannot get it to fall ahead of the horn. Well, it took to the 2-minute mark of that first period for either team to score. Maiden ends up with an 8-2 advantage after one as these two 4A combatants settle in. Our broadcast presented by Riddle & Riddle continues in a moment. Four combined field goals on 25 attempts between these two teams. As we give you the numbers, brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Those are our Arthritis Knee Pain Center stats. Relief without surgery or opioids. That's Arthritis Knee Pain Center, sponsors of our numbers. And obviously, we'll also show you the ready-to-roll garage door points in the paint. Raleigh's garage door experts. Check them out today. Ready-to-roll garage doors. Just a couple of points apiece, just one bucket apiece in the paint so far. Coach, what do the numbers tell you in this one?
Well, Fairmont's going to have to do something against this zone defense. They're just standing outside shooting threes. If that's what's going to happen, they're going to, they're taking what you'd say are not bad shots, but they're all threes. And they have to figure some way to get the ball inside a little more. And the problem is,
Lyric McNair, who had the only points in the first quarter, has the first points in the second quarter as well. Lyric McNair with all four for the Golden Tornadoes early.
when you shoot threes, you're not going to have any offensive rebounds. To score anyway, you might get an offensive rebound in the scoring position.
Well, and remember the first three they tried, we talked about the depth perception in the building sometimes being a challenge. Didn't connect on anything, so there was no chance for a rebound. Here's Ava Anderson on the other end. And coach, her father, Dan Anderson, on the staff, her grandfather, Danny Anderson, 800 wins in his career. And you know the story, and those of you who are familiar with that area and that region of the state, and the trend just continues. She's a special player. There's an answer on the other end of the floor by Fairmont, and all of a sudden the second quarter is a completely different script. That's
hit the jump shots, score points.
Paramount Kia of Asheville going to be a little more involved, it would seem, here in this period. Paramount Kia of Asheville, of course, the sponsors of our three-point baskets, and you can check them out at www.paramountauto.com. And just like that, from one quarter to the next, where nothing's falling, suddenly everything's falling.
Well,
and although Anderson's shot was left a little short, Culliver's there to clean it up and finish.
Don't go to half court.
Whatever score we end up with, it may be hard for folks to believe that we were sitting at 0-0 with 2 minutes left in the first. Settled into the championship environment now, that's for sure. Here's another look at the out-of-bounds call. You see she stepped out just before getting rid of it there. Maiden will have the inbound. Here's Bass. Coming on for the Golden Tornadoes is Amaya McClain. Amaya McClain working her way on. And there's McNair again. McNair with the work that's been done for the Golden Tornadoes thus far. Man had the three-pointer. She's had everything else. And there's Ava Anderson. Yeah, we talked about it. Dad on the staff, grandfather who was Danny Anderson, and Coach talked about it. He said, Coach Danny Anderson, Coach Terry Rogers in our part of the state, those two were like Dean Smith and Mike Krzyzewski where I come from, he said. And to have been on his staff during those days and carry that over, it speaks to what Coach Stephen Hensley is doing with this Blue Devils squad under the shadow of giants.
Exactly right. Andy Anderson, I go back to Appalachian days at our camps. They were all up there. All the Andersons. I know them all. I was over there talking to them.
Well, and you know a little bit about Dean Smith and Mike Krzyzewski as well. Those comparisons are true. You played against all of those guys and were great friends with them all. Here is a turnaround for Bass. Won't go. And McNair, who's been impressive.
They got to try to score right now. Because if they go score in the half court, that's for sure.
Goes to work.
Good.
The sophomore high off the glass. How about Lyric McNair in this first half? What a sophomore sensation she has proven to be.
Exactly. She's putting a lot of numbers. But if you're going to score, try to go in transition so you don't have to face the half court defense.
Marcus Thompson's 27-2 squad coming to life now. And within one possession, that's snatched away and then swatted away. Kamaya Smith would have none of it. Golden Tornadoes to work. Again, under the direction of Marcus Thompson. This squad has just evened it up at 14 apiece. Maiden is a school known more for its football history by many, perhaps, than the basketball prowess. A couple of touchdowns on the board both ways right now. We were tied at 17 in our earlier game. We're tied at 14 here, and a foul is called as Culliver went to work.
We're going to see a lot of that. Go inside the Culliver, and if they start to double team her, she's a very good passer too out, but she's the one they're going to go to. Very well coached team. He does a great job.
Headed to the line for a see-through construction free throw opportunity. See-through construction, your contractor of choice, Outer Banks. Listen, Coach, we were talking before the game with some of the Maiden folks, and they said, yeah, our football history incredibly strong, but you'll never believe how this community has embraced this women's basketball squad this year. Boy, have they ever, and you said it, Stephen Hensley, impressive with what he's done. Remember, this is a team coming in unblemished at 28-0.
He's done. You could just tell him. He's trying to slow him down. He knows he's a little. He has something. He has to cover, take their athleticism, and slow him down a little bit. And
spent some time coaching with Danny Anderson, as we talked about, part of that coaching tree.
Yes.
He's a Maiden guy through and through. Grew up in the area, knows what it means.
That wasn't a good shot. That was contested. Shouldn't have waited on that one.
Working it forward for the community. That's a little bit off the mark. It's safe to say, though, both teams look like they're settled in now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's a game.
Everybody feeling good about the state championship environment here in Winston now.
Now they forget about where they're playing. Ooh. Ooh.
Just into the hands of Ava Anderson.
They're all over them. They're not going to call fouls. If they're not going to call
swatted
fouls.
Away. Sophomore goes to the deck to try and hang on to it. And that's going to be an over and back as Anderson slid across the timeline to try and save possession. pestering defense from Fairmont, and some shots made on both sides. We're now in a one-possession basketball game as everybody is settled in here at Lawrence Joel. More coming your way. Our broadcast by Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers continues from North Carolina in a moment. At the intermission, we'll have the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Special interview with Q Tucker, Commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. First half highlights, a whole lot more coming your way. Air Experts, schedule your tune-up today at airexperts.com, sponsor of today's halftime show. We'll also have the Akeem Anastapulo play of the game. And don't scream, call Akeem. The reminder, dial 800-ALL-7s. Sponsoring our play of the game. Well, we got some candidates for it here in the second quarter after a bit of a slow start in the first period from a scoring standpoint. You know, 8-2 was the score at the end of one. These teams have combined for 20 points in this second quarter, and there's still 3.5 with which to work.
Now, Fairmont hasn't shot a foul shot yet, but they have not driven to the basket to create fouls either.
Driving here, taking the three, just rims off for number 3, Aaliyah Duran. Duran, one of the sophomores, all-conference performer. She also has a UNC Pembroke offer. Culliver doing good work inside throughout. They go to the senior again, and Kiara Culliver, the 4-time all-conference performer, 2-time all-Catawba selectee, is good for it down low, Coach.
That's a senior looking up the court, passed the ball up the court, and threw it to a senior.
Said those seniors, the experience level when you get into the state championship environment, such a difference maker. Weaving through. Sophomore's been pretty impressive though. McNair can't do much with it here, and it's going to stay on this end of the floor. Last touch by Maiden. Substitution coming as Layla Grady is back into the contest, and Smith is going to take a seat. Of course, Kamaya Smith, the freshman and all-conference performer. She's got an offer from Fayetteville Tech, taking a breather right now. That's a bright future in this game. Boy, what a job to disrupt that. I mean, all-out effort by Ava Anderson.
She plays a lot older than she is.
Dula.
And they've been stopping transition the whole time.
Too much disruption from Amaya McLean, and now McNair. Through the air, won't work out. She does come away with the basketball though. That's the side of the backboard. And Reagan Rembert just making sure Maiden hangs on to it. Toward the bucket goes Willow Bass, and she'll draw contact.
It's a good move.
Shots coming.
She knew exactly what she wanted to do. It's a good move.
2 for 2 in the free throw department, the only 2 that have been shot so far today by Maiden.
Like I said before, Fairmont's not getting to the line because they're just not going to the basket in the half-court set.
Those, of course, were made by Culliver. And now it's Willow Bass at the charity stripe for the see-through construction free throw. And it goes down. 3 for 3 to get things started from the charity stripe. You know, I've been impressed today, Coach, how well some of the teams we've seen really shoot these free throws. And that's important. Critical part of the game when it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, and they're probably a pretty good shooting team, too, but in this building, it doesn't turn out that way.
A little tough.
But usually if you can shoot your foul shot, you're not a bad shooting team.
Well, Bass, broadcaster's jinx in effect as it comes back out. And here's Culliver as she tried to put it back. Will go to the line where she made the first 2 free throws of the day for Maiden.
She's everything in the offense for them. She's the inside presence. And,
a 6-foot senior center, Kiara Culliver, at the see-through construction free throw line. She'll knock down the first, a perfect 3 for 3 on the day in that department. Here is Amelia Beal coming into the game, a junior guard. Bill was selected the Farm Bureau Sportsmanship Award, 1 on each side. Kadijah Hunt the other. So Kadijah Hunt and Amelia Beal on their respective teams selected to receive the Farm Bureau Award for sportsmanship prior to the contest. Congratulations to those two, and Bill into the game right now for Maiden.
they're trying to do something here to attack this zone.
94 seconds to go. And a big time 3. How about this? Amaya McClain knocks down the Paramount Kia of Asheville 3-pointer. Paramount Kia, you can check them out at ParamountAuto.com. And a reminder as we get a whistle and a foul call up top on Grady that we're moments away from halftime. Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report coming your way. You'll meet Q Tucker, Commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. We'll have highlights and stats, all that and more on the Air Experts halftime report. 1 and change left to go in the second. You know, if someone had just walked into the building in the second quarter and seen these teams score 15 and 13 points respectively, they would never know what the opening stanza was like.
You know, Maiden hasn't committed a foul yet. They have not committed a foul. But that's all. It's not the officials or anything like that, because that's the way Fairmont's playing, not being aggressive downhill.
It's the way they're playing the game.
Yeah.
The Blue Devils, no whistles against them. You know, you mentioned our officials. We haven't talked about them yet today. We'll do that if we get a chance here. On the backside of this shot, there's a great one. Boy, nice outside look, knocked down by Keziah McClain. Called Amaya McClain's name. Here's Keziah McClain. You probably guessed it. The freshmen are twins on this Fairmont Golden Tornadoes roster. What a family connection.
Played for the last shot. Very well coached.
Holding for the final
No,
30. Not going to
she
do it
saw
after
something.
all. And trying to get in there was Anderson. She'll go to the line. Well, as promised, on that whistle, our officials are out of the Northeast Association. It is Stephen Lassiter, James Mercer, and Courtney Williams, with Tim Dowdy, the alternate, handling this one again. Stephen Lassiter, James Mercer, Courtney Williams, out of the Northeast Association, honored with the opportunity to call the 4A state championship game. Congratulations on this group doing a nice job today. And there's the first of the see-through construction free throws that will fall. We'll also select the player of the game, brought to you by Riddle & Riddle, before the conclusion of this one. A candidate on the line right now. Stay tuned for the player of the game, brought to you by Riddle & Riddle. Maiden out front, 23-19 with 19 seconds to play in the half. That was a 3, rainbowed up, nearly fell. It's off the rim, and they scramble for it in the heart of the lane. Going to be a tie-up. Possession arrow will send it the other way. Possession arrow with Maiden.
That girl got kicked in the face.
Oh,
right in the
yes,
face.
you're right, Coach.
I saw the foot go up.
And down
Right in the face.
on the deck is Haven Dula, a little slow to get up. Everybody was in there scrambling for the basketball. And remember, Haven Dula is such an important piece of the puzzle for the Blue Devils, the senior power forward who's an all-star and came over from Hickory. Take a look, Coach, is exactly what happened as they tried to go for the basketball.
The foot goes up. See that foot? Ooh.
Yeah, that's tough.
That foot quarter.
And Haven Dula going to work her way over to the bench. Receives a nice hand as she walks there under her own power. You hope certainly all is well for the senior. All right, and inbound is coming for Maiden. Blue Devils going to have 10 seconds to work with here. Up 4.
Take care of the ball.
Anderson looks up the floor, and that was disrupted by McNair, last touched by McNair. Maiden will have the inbound on the side, 4.5 to play in the half.
Whoever gets it goes to the basket.
Neely Campbell into the contest,
Some
one of the
guy got-
seniors, a different role
Like
this
that, give
year,
it to her, go.
having really embraced it. Gives it to Anderson, back to Campbell. She'll have to fire away from three, just too deep. And it will be a 4-point advantage. Hey, that sounds familiar. A 4-point lead at the half. It's what we saw in game 1 today. It's what the Maiden Blue Devils enjoy here in the 4A title bout. We got the halftime show brought to you by Air Experts Heating and Cooling coming your way when you return to Winston-Salem.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning into the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our longstanding partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that longstanding and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday night lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have a shop at our Ingalls, so it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they enter this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great, or we were runner up, but it was great. And I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Halftime report continuing from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Fairmont and Maiden in the 4A title game, separated by just a couple of buckets in this one. It's been a very entertaining first half. In fact, worth taking a look back at some of the moments to remember from this first half of action. And Coach, scoring was a little difficult to come by in the opening stages. It took 2 minutes remaining in the opening period before we had our first bucket of the game. But once they started scoring, both teams showed a great deal of comfort.
Exactly. Now Fairmont staying outside and just continuously just shooting threes, that could show up and not be a good thing at the end. And Maiden's going in and out, but they're going into their power right now. They're going inside a little bit.
How about these two young players as well, the sophomores? Ava Anderson on one side, and there you see Lyric McNair on the other, both making their presence known in this contest.
Yeah, both play in college, I'll tell you that right now. And Anderson is just a 4 leader, and she's tough.
And there's McNair.
McNair. She goes to the basket. And there's the person that's going to the basket and get fouled, but she's got to try to do it.
Same thing on the other side. Here are the numbers brought to you. Arthritis and Knee Pain Centers, the presenter of these numbers. We're watching throughout things. What jumps off the stat sheet?
It's going down a field goal percentage again. Fairmont's going to shoot threes, all right, because they're not breaking that zone. And then at the same time, Maiden's got to go inside a little bit, and they're going to shoot threes, but they're going to Culver a lot more.
Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids, sponsors of our statistics. Here are the points in the paint. They're brought to you by Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Raleigh's garage door experts. Call them today. Ready to Roll showing us that that part of the game's been even, 8 apiece in terms of points in the paint. Well, 23-19 our score at the break, third quarter up next in the 4A championship game. Our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers, set to continue with the balance of this one coming up in a moment. Beautiful Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum, site of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association State Championships. We appreciate you joining us on our broadcast, presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers, all across Sinclair stations in the Carolinas and beyond. And it was Maiden carrying an advantage of 4 into the third quarter. First possession going to belong to Fairmont. Let's talk adjustments, Coach. What do these two teams need to do?
Well, Fairmont ran a play against the zone and got a three-pointer. I want to see what they do. They have to run some plays instead of standing outside and just throwing it up there.
Fairmont known for their defense. Of course, their kind of pressure can make anybody crack. But right now looking for an offensive possession here and then give that D a chance to set its tone. It's an impressive group, of course, under the direction of Coach Marcus Thompson, who is also the AD. He talked about how blessed he's been with a group of players that can slide their feet, play strong D, but also know how to find the hoop. Trying to do that here on the opening possession. It'll stay with his Golden Tornadoes and then eventually rim off, and Anderson's got it to head up the floor with it.
That wasn't a good possession as far as getting a good look.
Anderson looks ahead, and there's a whistle and a foul call. As you get one more look at this sequence, here you go, Coach. Bass was trying to put it on the floor, and it's Duran called for the foul, and that's a third personal on Duran.
That's foul trouble. You don't want her in foul trouble.
Going to depart now, and they will bring Amaya McLean, one of the McLean twins, the two freshmen that are outstanding, both of them standing 5'7" for this squad. She'll come in as part of this defense, and Anderson working around it, but she'll see the front of the iron, and that's all.
They get back quick, and they stop transition, which is tremendous. They really do.
Of course, Maiden unbeaten on the year at 27-0. 28-0, check that. And the Golden Tornadoes with just a couple of setbacks at 27-2. Here's an answer on the other end. Guess what? Just like that, 1-point basketball game. That's the value of those Paramount Kia of Asheville threes.
Now, Maiden will stay in that 3-2. As long as Fairmont's just going to take jump shots.
They'll take them if they can make them, that's for sure. Here's a foul down this right side.
And down the stretch, it's hard to make those things.
Yeah,
the threes,
can get tougher. Here's Dula, who was attacking. Remember, Dula was a little shaken up earlier. She's the one that took the foot to the face on the scramble for the basketball, so it's good to see her back out there, and she heads to the line. A Tatum and Atkinson free throw. Injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters, and Tatum and Atkinson. Of course, thus far in this contest, he has looked on as Dula and company have built an advantage that is now ever so slight. Dula, who's in the scorebook for the first time with her work at the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line, and she's a player they expect to get going here in the second half.
The Maiden's just daring them to shoot the threes. That's it.
From the corner, and that's off the mark. Going to be right into the hands of Reagan Rimbert. Rimbert had the first points of the game. Remember, she hit a three with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter to start the scoring.
It's a good pass out. That was a really good pass.
And tapped out. Boy, that was nicely done in the interior by Kamaya Smith. Another of those freshmen. Well, and they're fighting for
That's
it.
tough.
It's finally put back by Culliver.
That's a tough rebound. Tough 2 rebounds they got there.
Kiara Culliver, the senior again. She was our player to rely on coming in. She's a 4-time all-conference performer, 2-time all-Catawba selectee. You can see why.
Maine's just challenging to shoot the three. They keep moving back.
Plenty of movement for the Golden Tornadoes here.
They do not want them to drive to the basket. And what Fairmont's got to do is drive to the basket.
Well, they take the shot from outside. Guess what? Into the hands of Rimbert again. This Maiden team that play with the... I think the word that Coach talked about this week was an intentionality with which they play. He said, you know, the way they play defense, certainly pleasing to him, but the identity they've come into, the fact that they've discovered who they are and have played to their strengths this year, Coach. Not a lot of teams know how to do that, but he praised his team for playing to their strengths. That was one. Didn't have the end result they wanted, but Culliver has been so good at that today. This team has put together an undefeated season to this point because they've relied on what they're good at.
Exactly, and she's good at what she does. What I like about her is she passes the ball so well on the low post.
The other thing he says about this Maiden team, it's not a me team. It's a we team, and you've seen that with the lead they built. Right. But Fairmont, the same formula and recipe coming right back at you. And the Golden Tornadoes close it up to 1 bucket now. Got a whistle and a foul call as Anderson was trying to drive. And again, that's going to be a whistle on McNair. Third personal her direction, so a little foul trouble to keep an eye on with both her and Durant. And there's a foul call, which will take us to break.
I like it.
At 3:54 to go in the third, an attack of the bucket that you heard Coach say he likes. Golden Tornado staying right on the heels of the Maiden Blue Devils with a 4A title on the line. Unblemished Blue Devils are here on the Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game. That's Original Grills helping you get that done, and they're the sponsors of our fan cam. Get a look at some of the fans on both sides. The Golden Tornadoes well represented. Part of that Blue Devil contingency. From Maiden again. Maiden, North Carolina, down around Hickory, just southeast of it, about an hour and a half southwest of here in the Triad. And a 2.5-hour journey to make it onto the Original Grills fan cam for those who made the trip from Fairmont. The Golden Tornadoes coming from down around the North Carolina, South Carolina line, west of Wilmington, in that Catawba area. That really is quite a journey to get here. You know, we could talk about 2.5 hours from down on the North Carolina, South Carolina line, east of here for Fairmont. You can talk about an hour and a half kind of to the south and the west of here for Maiden. But the journey's so much longer than that, Coach, because it's a lifetime of preparation to make these moments possible.
That distance doesn't bother them, yeah. The journey's a lot longer than that.
Tatum and Atkinson, free throws, handled. Tatum and Atkinson injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson, sponsors of our free throws. And you said it early, Fairmont had not been able to get to the line. Now they do, and you look up, and with that good work at the line, all of a sudden, it's a brand new contest.
You have to do that. They were relying on the three-pointer. It goes in, we win. And now she's taking it upon herself to go to the basket. She did it herself.
Will it be one of those trips to the basket that stands as our Akeem Anastapoulo play of the game, perhaps? Don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800 all sevens. The Akeem Anastapoulo play of the game will be selected before the conclusion of this one. 26 all. Something about these 13 divisions, right? It was 13 all in the first half at one point. It is 26 all now with 3:54 to go. And that's from a guy who can't do a lot of math. In the third period of action, here's a look to take it away with plenty of that pressure, and you hear the fans get in behind it. They love that intensity defensively.
Right. You know, the worst thing to do when you get that was a man-man double team. Stop dribbling, pick the ball up, pass it, just somewhere open.
Full advice from one of the best. Here's the kick out top. Nair's direction. Sophomore has been impressive. She leads everybody with 15 points. Culliver has 12 on the other side to lead the Blue Devils. Of course, Culliver, the senior, McNair, the sophomore, we've talked about how well Ava Anderson, the sophomore for the Blue Devils, has handled the ball. These young players have been impressive. Number of young players for Fairmont. Here's going to be a traveling violation, so it's going to go the other way. You know, you love what Coach Marcus Thompson said about his group. He's going to bring Dial back into the game here. As Jada Dial is back into the contest, one of the seniors. She's got a Cape Fear Community College offer and is committed to play for Cape Fear Community College. Speaking of the young players, taking it right to the rack was Ava Anderson, and she draws contact on the other side. I thought we'll take another look at this and walk us through it, Coach.
She went right to the hoop, she's looking to get fouled. That's her fourth foul.
Number 4 picked up. Remember, we were talking about a couple of players with a trio there, and Ava Anderson goes right toward it, and Anderson off the mark on the first of the Tatum and Atkinson free throws. Into the contest is Keziah McClain, as Duran will now take a seat after picking up that 4th foul.
That really hurts.
Marcus Thompson going to his bench.
It really hurts.
Loved what he said this week, Marcus Thompson. He talked about you know, how blessed, excited he was for these young players and the way they've come together and built such chemistry. And he said, we're enjoying the ride. We're making it a point to enjoy the ride. Love it when you hear a coach say that. Sometimes you have to make coaches enjoy remind them to enjoy the ride. He's a guy who's challenged his team to do that all along the way, as he should, as it's been quite a ride for his Fairmont Golden Tornadoes.
Right now they're really, I say confused. I'm not sure if they have a play for this, but
well, he'll instruct them. He talks about how well this group has got along with one another, taking instruction from him. You don't get here without those type of approaches. Maiden with the basketball, 27-26 the lead, just the free throw separating them now. Anderson with such skill and grace. She goes to the hoop. Ava Anderson lays it home. The lead is 3.
They let a really good screen there.
Remember Ava Anderson, we told you in the first half, for those of you that weren't with us, her granddad, Annie Anderson, 800 wins. Her father, Dan Anderson, on the staff, a part of the staff in this scenario. Think about the history of it all. 3 generations of Andersons playing in the state championship environment for this maiden squad. It's been quite a family commitment, connection, and again, the head man, Stephen Hensley, a guy who's under the tutelage of Coach Anderson for a period of time and speaks highly of his impact on his life. That's going to rim out. Certainly likes what he's seeing from the sophomore. It's in her hands again now.
Just staying on the perimeter and live with those jump shots.
Maiden up 3. This would double it, but that's front of the
iron. That was a good shot.
Big rebound into the hands of McClain. Here comes Amaya McClain. Coast to coast she goes. And the freshman, one of the twins, one of the McClain twins, lays it in just like that. A 1-point game again.
It was one of the first transition buckets they've gotten. Made me get back.
Tried to go inside to Culliver's, top the key. Just off. Let's do shot here.
Go down.
Boy, tried to save it, but it's into Culliver's hands. Culliver slows it up, back into Anderson's grasp.
Fairmont needs to push this ball and not face that half-court defense. We need to score in transition. Do something to get a better shot. Maybe get fouled. Here comes the screen again. Yes.
Inside the final minute of the 3rd. Disrupted. Dula tried to put it back, wouldn't go. She's fighting in there, has it blocked away, but it stays with the Blue Devils.
They're tough. But again, they're seniors. You know, when you have 3 seniors going after the ball, you have juniors. It
makes a difference. Will it be one of those seniors selected as our Riddle and Riddle player of the game? We'll have the selection of the player of the game. Will it be one of these young players making their mark and shining in this contest? We'll let you know in the 4th quarter. Our Riddle and Riddle player of the game selection is coming your way. When justice counts, Riddle and Riddle, sponsors of our player of the game.
Fairmont's got to find a way to score points. You know, if they stay there against the 3-2, they're going to keep shooting threes, and you can't go on hope they go in. You can't coach on hope. You know, you don't want to coach. So they have to try to get to that better. through transition. Fast break, go.
What do you say about this team this year in terms of that they do what they're asked to do? He said, this is a group that has done what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I loved his quote. He said, when God gives you ability, you go out there and do what you're supposed to do with it. This group has. And he's looking for them to do that across the final 35.8 of the third and into the fourth quarter here. They've closed it up to 1. Coach giving you a formula for how they can have some success, but it's Maiden's basketball right now.
Right.
And the Blue Devils hanging with it. Here's a 3-ball. Just off the mark. Rimbert tried it. She hit one of those earlier today. Guess who's there to put it back? Culliver. Culliver again, the leading scorer on the Maiden side of things on the score sheet. She now has 14. Firing up a 3, won't go. That rims off, but into the hands of McLean. Running out of time in the third, just ahead of the horn. It's like she realized and found another gear. Lyric McNair, the sophomore who has been the leader, beats the horn to make it a 1-point game.
They got to make it. They're struggling to score, right? And she made a shot that right at the buzzer. Great job.
Not anymore. It's that way early. You know what happened in the second quarter. What does the fourth hold? The sophomores leading them in many ways in a 1-point contest for the state title. We welcome you back to Winston-Salem with the Arthritis Knee Pain Center statistics. Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery, or opioids. What stands out off the stats for you?
Just the shooting. I mean, to get more than 3-pointers, Fairmont's got to do that. Aiden's playing a nice game right now. You know, this is the last quarter. It's got to be about making shots. It is.
Look how even the points in the paint are as well. 28 points split right down the middle as we glance at the ready to roll points in the paint. Call Riley's Garage Door experts today. Ready to roll, tracking our points in the paint. Fourth quarter for a championship game underway. And Maiden will carry a 1-point lead, looking to put the finishing touches on an undefeated season. Their hands full with the Golden Tornadoes of Fairmont right now, though. Came in 28-0. Coach Stephen Hensley's squad.
Not aggressive.
Dula, held quiet in the scoring department today. No longer the senior Haven Dula with a bucket to start the fourth. The lead is 3.
So they don't struggle to score all their points. That was an easy basket. Not an easy basket, but it was a close, high percentage basket. Here's Fairmont shoots another 3.
That was the first field goal for Haven Dula. May come as a surprise to you. Came over from Hickory High, the senior who's been one of the key leaders along the way this year, an all-star performer. If she gets going here in the 4th, that would spell trouble. This spells trouble for the Blue Devils. Take a look at the energy with which Fairmont's playing. Now, coming down with the basketball and losing the handle, it's going to be a traveling call that will keep it with Fairmont.
But Anderson was right there to get that rebound. That was nice. She ran the full court.
That's another look at the entire sequence at the end of that. Thought the layup was going to go. Fairmont now looking for something positive to happen. Instead, it's going to be Maiden basketball. Well, 4th quarter starting. Reminds you the quote we snatched away from Marcus Thompson, the head man of the Golden Tornadoes. He said he told his girls, at the end of the day, you're going to be what you want to be. You want to be a champion, you work toward being a champion. At the end of the day, you're going to be what you want to be. Who's going to be a 4A state champion in this one? Will it be his school or the Blue Devils? There's a 5-second call. Nice job for his crowd covering everything here, and it's in essence a turnover.
Now they have to get a shot. You know, they're Duran in there, one of the best players. You know, they need her in there so bad.
You're right. The 4 fouls she's been sitting with, one of the key storylines of this game.
And she can get extra baskets different ways, not threes.
Here is Keziah McClain with the basketball. Goes back to McNair. It's been the sophomore McNair. She faces everybody with 17 points right now. This 3-ball that is connected on by Keziah McClain. Well, if it's not the sophomore, it's the freshman. This time it's a Paramount Kia of Asheville 3. Tied at 33 with 6 and change to play. We were tied at 13, tied at 26, tied at 33.
That wasn't a good shot by Anderson. They need, you know, take their time. They have
it just became a 6-minute basketball game for a state championship.
That's exactly right. Well, like I said, Ava shouldn't have shot that ball at that time.
Well, sophomore, as you said, plenty of time. They, in their careers, will continue to grow. They've been impressive leaders in this one. We talked about Lyric McNair, the sophomore on this side of things, in her hands right now. She's got offers from UNC Pembroke, UNC Asheville, and they'll keep rolling in as she grows and develops the all-conference performer. She had the only points of the first quarter for this team. She has the most points on either side with 17. It's in her hands right now. Now gives it over. Brady was dribbling with it. It's back out top to McNair.
You know how to penetrate that. If not, they're going to shoot a 3. You know, this is where you have to make shots to go shoot it.
No shot clock, obviously, so as long as it takes for Fairmont in high school, just a reminder for those of you at home to say, well, how much time do they have? As much as they need, at least up to 5:20, which remains in the basketball game. Some movement around the top.
And if you get a lead, guess what? You could stand there and hold the ball.
If you
then the team comes out.
You're in jeopardy of the 5-second call. That's the one thing you have to watch. But when it comes to hanging on to the basketball, if you can do it, it's allowed. Back out top again to McNair. What a possession this has become. Kind of puts the magnifying glass on what happens here as we dip under 5 minutes to play.
Now, if Fairmont was up 1, they could stand out here and hold it. She walked.
And a traveling call just ahead of what was a made 3. Tuck that one away in the back of your mind. That's a key moment in this basketball game. Particularly after that extended possession by Fairmont right there. So at 33 all, it's Blue Devil ball.
Fairmont goes up 3. They can come down here and not face that zone. Tell them, come on out. You got to come get us.
Not the case
now.
Stop and pop. Ava Anderson puts her team back out front. The 3rd-generation player in the state environment for that Anderson family picks her spot and puts the Blue Devils back ahead.
You know, she's a very, very aggressive person offensively. I can tell it right now. I hope she doesn't try to do too much here at the end. Because she took a bad. I thought that shot. You have to make the defense play defense.
She just took a really good one right there.
Right. I know she'll do that, but is she going to continue? She took this one and the next one. Hopefully she calms down a little bit.
She's got 11. She becomes the 2nd player in double figures alongside Culliver on the Blue Devils side of things. You loved what Culliver was able to do earlier in the interior as well. That's a weapon they have down the stretch.
And that's what I'm saying. So, you know, Anderson, Ava, she has to understand she has a player inside too, and she took a NBA 3 when she came back. make defense play defense for a while, and they'll break down and maybe get to use the bucket.
That's the adjustment in your mind for the Blue Devils. Make Fairmont play defense, take smart and wise shots. What's the adjustment down the stretch in this fourth quarter for Fairmont right now?
It's all
what do the
over.
Golden Tornadoes have to do if they're going to come out on top on this end of the floor?
You have to go to the basket a little more. You know,
You want to see them attack.
Someone has to attack. This is where they need to run in a game.
And that's what McNair has done a good deal of here and there along the way. She becomes critical to
She's
sophomore on that side as well. 35-33, 4:37 to play in the 4A title game. Here come the Golden Tornadoes.
And they'll keep Durant out of the game as long as the score is this way. They'll keep her out.
Yeah, with the 4 fouls.
Yeah, they'll keep her out.
Of course, McNair has 3. Keep that in mind. She's the only other player on either side in any kind of real foul trouble. She's also the leading scorer with 17. In her hands now. 4.5 left in the 4A women's basketball season in North Carolina. And that rattles down. How about this from Layla Grady? She connects on a Paramount Kia of Asheville 3. And the lead to Fairmount after all the surge from behind throughout this one. Fairmount playing from out front and a little too strong on that pass. And dancing around on the far side is Marcus Thompson. He knew the spot. His team was in right there. Fairmount has pushed ahead with the lead mid-fourth on this key Paramount Kia of Asheville 3. Quite a finish shaping up in 4A. What a season it's been in 4A. Comes down to shots like this, and this one, an impressive one from Grady. Think about that. The Paramount Kia of Asheville 3. Coach, combined, there have been 8 threes in this game, and that 6th one for Fairmont today put the Golden Tornadoes out front.
And they've been shooting them, you know, and they have to go in, and they're going in now, and this is a great quarter for them to go in.
All right, it's going to be Maiden basketball. Blue Devils, if you're just finding us, trying to complete an undefeated season under the direction of Coach Stephen Henley. They came in 28-0, and Coach Hensley and company getting ready to roll into the final 4 minutes of this contest.
What I like to see here is right there, Ava, give the ball up, share it a little more, and play. And then if you get a shot, get a shot. But she needs to share the ball.
She's doing it right here. A lot of ball movement this time, and Anderson, who has been impressive in this one of a couple of double-digit performers on that side. Here's Fairmont on the move. Nice control to lay it home for Keziah McClain. It's the youngsters, the freshman McClain, the sophomore McNair, who've been making the difference. And here's a big block. Actually going to be a foul call. Smith thought she had cleanly blocked that. Would have been another freshman heavily involved right there for Fairmont. And the Golden Tornadoes faithful letting their thoughts be heard. They had a different perspective on this.
It's a tough call. It's all ball. But that's it. And it's all right.
And Smith going for the block there instead. A chance at the line for Culver, who knocks down the first of the see-through construction free throws.
Again, Anderson gave it up 2 times in a row to
and Tiara Culver, Coach, already with 15 in the contest, make it 16 as she is true on those free throws. Culver today from the free throw line is a perfect 6 of 6, and her team is right there within 1.
That's right. Ava does not. She has to understand there's other players on the team. You know. Here we go. Now, they do not have to take. They do not have to come out. I mean, have to shoot, move.
3:01 with the lead, and timeout being called for as Coach Thompson suddenly in this spot wanting to talk over strategy with his team. What did he say? He said, we're a team that's enjoying the ride. He talked about how blessed he is to have the different contributors he has, and how this is a group that they get along with one another so well. Not only do they get along, they take instruction so well. They have that never say die approach and attitude. And Coach, they withstood early success of the Maiden Blue Devils, and they find themselves right now in control of their own destiny with 3 minutes to play in the 4A title game. Take us inside that huddle with what kind of things Coach Marcus Thompson is saying to his group.
First of all, what's amazing is they have not played their game. I just tell by they're shooting threes. You know, that's not the way they play. And you know what? They've not gotten down.
Well,
they have not gotten down.
And he's been without Durand for a period of time.
Exactly. And if they got down, this score could be different. But right now, I'm wondering if he'll come out and make them come out and out of that zone. If they come out of that zone, then is Maiden going to be able to contain them, to stop them going to the basket?
A program that he has led to get better each year. He talks about how he wants to stay consistent and how that consistency has made the difference. Well, here's a team that's been consistent all year and on the ropes right now. You take a look.
Durand's in the game now.
At Durand coming back into the contest with 3 minutes to play. Again, playing with 4 fouls. McNair playing with 3.
I would not. Make them come out. Make them come out.
Group that known for the way they play for each other. At the end of the day, they can be what they want to be. They were told by their head coach. They're 240 away
now
from being champs, perhaps. Here comes McNair.
Man to man.
Maiden.
I wouldn't play him that far out. I would not play him that far out.
McNair. Straight up and down, Culliver tried to stay, but she will be whistled for the foul, and Culliver is picking up just her first of the contest. Nobody in any foul trouble on the Maiden side of things to this juncture, and that's, again, a first on Culliver. Big time free throws brought to you by See-Through Construction. First one goes. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. See-Through Construction free throws. Durand sits, she comes off, Dial with her, getting a breather here for personnel changes. 2:27 to play. The see-through free throw will not go. So from the line today,
Maiden needs to get a good shot.
3 of 4 as a unit, and that's going to be a traveling violation. It will go the other way. Fairmont up 2 with the basketball. And an inbound coming from McClain. This, of course, Keziah McClain. You saw Maya McClain along the way, the 2 freshmen. So many of these young players having to find their role in the high-stakes environment that exists. Reagan Rimbert is going to be whistled for the foul here. That's her first personal. And that's
they're not in the 1-1 yet.
Third team foul there. 2:12 to play. Across the timeline, taken away by Dula, who slows it up, puts it up, and rolls it home to tie the game. 39 all with 2 minutes to play.
Oh, they did it again. Got trapped in half court.
A tie-up, and the possession arrow will keep it with Fairmont.
You could not bring the ball over half court or throw the ball unless you can go all the way to the baseline. Just don't throw it.
I'm going to tell you what, when you're where these young ladies are with everything on the line, each decision so tough, 39 all, 150 to settle it. Let's sit back and enjoy the joys of this championship environment.
Maine's going to sit back in his zone. I would go out there.
Again, not playing with the lead now, so at some point they would have to score. Under 95 seconds to go.
She's just going to get tired.
When will it be go time for the Golden Tornadoes, controlling their destiny right now? 4A title hanging in the balance.
It's tough.
And there's the leader on this day, McNair. Shot won't go. Blue Devils now with a chance.
Take this time to go good one.
At 1:10 to go. Timeout called for by Maiden.
Well, I know what I want to do. I want to go inside to get that ball inside.
The question would be
right
at what point? 1:10 left to play. Take us inside these two huddles right now. You've got a 28-0 Maiden Blue Devils squad and a 27-2 Fairmont Golden Tornadoes squad, both right now in a position to believe the title will be theirs.
I would not hold a ball for them. I would go after it offensively because they're not gonna, they play hard defense. I'm not sure they can hold a ball against them for any length of time. I would just play and get it inside.
Culliver has 16 to lead the way. Anderson also in double figures with 11. On the flip side, McNair leads all scorers with 18 for Fairmont. Those have been the individual performers that have made a difference, but this is about a community championship.
Got to go inside.
We were tied at 13. We were tied at 26. We were tied at 33. We're tied at 39 with 1 minute, 10 seconds to play. And the journey that, as we said, is so much longer than the couple of hours car ride from Fairmont or the hour-and-a-half car ride from Maiden, all comes down to this.
If, Maiden has an inside presence. If you have an inside presence, then you want to use it. Most schools don't have it, but they have it.
One and change to go. They'll try the three. Off the mark. Rebound to Maiden. Blue Devils. 3-ball from Anderson. Won't go. Put back. True. Culliver underneath with the putback, leading the Blue Devils with under a minute to play. Here comes Fairmont. Blue Devils back out front.
You live by the three. If you live by the three, you might win.
40 seconds to play. And timeout called for by Coach Thompson. What a 4A championship game we're witnessing here at Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It is far from settled.
Well, we've sat here and watched Fairmont play the whole game. They haven't done anything against the zone except shoot threes. Guess what's going to happen here? They're going to sit in the zone. Unless someone wants to drive, McNair can drive the basket.
McNair has attacked at times.
Only once or twice.
18 points to her credit, and almost all of them in the paint. So it's going to be interesting to see what she decides to do. 34.9 left to go. Here's a look at the bucket for Culliver underneath. How about the senior when it counts, Coach?
Great passer.
You get the three look from Anderson, but here comes Culliver.
Big time play.
Big board,
that's a
big
winner.
putback, and you saw the bench celebrate. Will that be a state championship winning bucket? Time will tell with 34.9 to go. Reminder, stick around. When everything's said and done, we'll have the trophy presentation. We're going to hand out superlatives, our player of the game, our play of the game. So much coverage coming your way from Winston, but this is the moment you've been waiting for. Settle in and enjoy the final 34.9. McNair
have to move quick
to inbound. That's Duran back in
there
now with the four fouls.
Wow. Wow.
You heard his surprise.
He's done so well. He's always done so well.
25 seconds.
But they want to shoot three with us.
Into the hands of Dula. And now the foul of Anderson, who's hard to the deck.
Good
and with 17.4 to play after the Blue Devil takeaway, Maiden will try to salt things away. And you saw who had to commit the foul right there. That was Duran. It was number 5, and Duran will have to depart. Here's another look at the entire sequence. Tried to work it inside. They were hoping to get Dial available to put something up, but Maiden read it and snuffed it out.
That's good coaching.
And then there's the 5th foul picked up by Duran.
She had a tough day.
Difficult day. Duran 5 fouls. She ends up 1 of 7 from the field, 3 points for the player that was a sophomore all-conference player. She's got an offer from Pembroke, got a lot more coming. She's one of those 2 sensational sophomores for the Golden Tornadoes in the starting lineup. But it's a little bit of tougher hill to climb now, particularly if Maiden can salt this away where it matters at the free throw line. Wow, 17.4 to play, and a Culliver putback on the last trip down the floor. Right now, the difference in the contest. Remember how difficult scoring was at the start in this one. You had a situation where nobody scored until 2 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Both teams lit up the scoreboard. 17-15 was the split in the second, and now here, 10-9 the separation in the fourth, and with the game being tied coming into it, or right at that, the separation on the scoreboard is just 2. The bucket by Culliver on the putback. Here's a long toss. Culliver lays it home. She's got an and one chance coming to perhaps put the finishing touches on it. The last 4 points belonging to Kiara Culliver.
What a call. That was a great call. As a back screen set by Anderson. Anderson sets a back screen, and she goes down wide open.
Drawn up by Stephen Hensley off the inbound. Well executed by his maiden Blue Devils.
That did it.
Perhaps this maiden voyage for this girls basketball team in this 2026 state championship game at 4A is going to end with an undefeated crown. They're in a good spot now.
Yeah, they're sitting good right now. It's too bad. It's too bad, but you know, not having Durant all game, and she's the one that could not shoot the three. She'd get in there, drive in there.
Big difference.
And she missed half of the game.
Yeah, big difference without her presence. You hear Coach say it. He said it toward the end of that first game. Always tough for that team that ends up on the other side of this. It's looking like that's trending Fairmont now, but there's still time left with 14.9 to play. And you said it in the first game. We can hear it in your voice again. It's always tough for that team that's done so well. They're either an East or a West champ, but only one team can finish this off, and Maiden is in a good spot now.
In a game where you lose, where you could win either way. That's what this is. In a game for this, either way.
Always seems to be that way in these championship environments, more often than not.
Go to the basket.
Here's McNair, who's been outstanding. They're thinking about the deficit now and firing up a three. It'll hit nothing, and this should allow an inbound for Maiden to seal it. They're on their feet at Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem, those wearing that Blue Devil blue. As Maiden is now a half second or so away from a state championship. Well, we said it, all the football prowess over the years, a third generation Anderson, you know what that family and that coaching connection has meant, and what a year Stephen Hensley has put together, his 28-0 Blue Devils. With one more inbound, are your state champions in a perfect campaign in the 4A ranks. The title's going back to Maiden, North Carolina, a place known for its athletic prowess over the years, as the latest championship. This women's team, embraced by that community, puts together a perfect campaign.
They played a solid game. They really did. They are well coached, solid game.
It was tied 39 apiece in the final couple of minutes of action. The final is 44-39 as Kiara Culliver scores the last several, leading this Maiden Blue Devils squad to a perfect championship. We'll be back to wrap it up, have the trophy presentation, and a whole lot more coming your way in a moment. Winston. A basketball memory to go alongside all those football memories for Coach Stephen Hensley and the Maiden Blue Devils. And what a moment, putting the finishing touches on a campaign that really the only word that you can use, Coach, when you talk about this campaign for this year is it was the perfect season.
It was the perfect season for us. We had a fantastic conference. North Lincoln's playing tomorrow for a state championship, and we got to play them a couple times. And I think that made our team battle-tested. And I can't give enough credit to this Fairmont team. You know, this was a team that a few years ago had a winless season, and their coaches turned that program around. And just one of the toughest defensive teams. We were held to 44. No team has done that to us this year. That was an outstanding performance by them. But our seniors, Kiara Culver and Haven Dula. I don't know Haven had many points, but it really counted when she did. And this just was a great team effort, and we're just so proud of these girls. The first time ever in the history of the school to make it to the finals, and then to win, it was just icing on the cake. In my last game, I'm retiring at the end of this season, which I guess is right now.
You got it.
Yeah.
What a way to go out. And, you know, we said it, your name is appropriate, a maiden voyage. That's one to remember when all is said and done. Your team was tied up here in the last couple of minutes. What did they dig deep and find? What did we learn about this team today across the state of North Carolina?
This team they fought so hard all year long from, the season began in October through our training camp. And, we had East Lincoln, North Lincoln, Hickory, the teams that we've played. And we were never out of any games. We were, we had one time we were down 8, and we were down 8 against East Lincoln in the fourth quarter. So our girls have been in situations where being down or being close at the end of a game, they don't get into panic mode, and I think that was what was the difference here at the end.
You sat there in that zone, and you just sat there, and I was going, stay in it. Then you're down, you're up 2 at the end, and you came out, and luckily you didn't want to stay in it. But you just challenged them to shoot the 3, didn't you?
We really did. And they shot the 3 better than we thought they would. But they have 0 and 3 are so good off the dribble that we just knew our best chance was to stay in front of them, slow them down in their transition, and stay wall off. And luckily we did a really good job of staying out of foul trouble.
Really good job.
And the zone worked for us. And it was just about to be the wrong call.
Well, Coach,
last question.
Yes, sir.
Who put in the last thing out of bounds play over there? Who put that in?
Keywan McDaniels. That's always a part of our inbounds play. We said, hey, the only shot that we want to have left is a free throw. Unless we get that.
That's good stuff, Coach. You got a title to celebrate. We're going to turn you loose to do so. Congratulations. What a way to go out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
There's the head man of the Maiden Blue Devils celebrating a championship in what we said is a perfect season. And, Coach, you put all the pieces of this together for what we just witnessed here. He calls it a career. Adds a basketball memory to all the football prowess, takes them on a maiden voyage that ends up being a perfect championship season. It's storybook for this Blue Devils squad.
I wasn't ready for that, were you? He retired. I finished. This is my last game. Okay. I tell you what, he did a great job, and he's right. Both coaches did a great job. It just came down to a few points,
Let's take a look at our play of the game. This is going to be our play of the game. So many to choose from in this contest, but our Akeem and Astapulo play of the game, well, guess what? A couple of looks from the outside, but in the interior there to clean it up and put it back was Kiara Culver, the difference maker down the stretch, and the senior leader gives us our play of the game. And Coach, that was the moment that the tie was broken, the 39-39 tie. And it ended up being a 44-39 finish because of the points she scored down the stretch. She had all of the points that served as a separator, and as a result, it should be as no surprise that Kiara Culver is our player of the game, brought to you by Riddle & Riddle.
Deserves it. She's patient. She didn't take any bad shots. She didn't get upset because she wasn't getting the ball. She just played a beautiful game. Beautiful game.
Easy decision. She had 11 rebounds and 21 total points for a double-double. And, Coach, those 21 points in the end, because of the few she scored down the stretch, paced all scorers on both sides.
Unbelievable. Her offensive rebounding did it all. That's where she got it. Offensive rebound, put backs. She didn't score off the dribble or anything. He's put back, so did a great job.
Tremendous history for this squad. They're being handed their medals as we speak. Let's give you each name. Reagan Rembert, Ava Anderson, Willow Bass, of course, Kiara Culliver, who you just saw there, Haven Dula, who came over, was a big contributor. The role players on this squad: Olivia Shook, Amelia Bill, Yasmin McClain, Amaya Broom, Liz Campbell, Lamaya Fife, Neely Campbell, Caitlin Hensley, Madden Hensley, Alyssa Gowdy. A number of these players that took different roles this year, embraced different responsibilities to make it a championship year, and it ends with an image like this.
It's tremendous.
And what a job he's done along with his staff. He called their names. McDaniel, Coach McDaniel, Coach Anderson we talked about, Coach Dawkins, Coach Andrews, the trainer, Gillian Herman, and Bass, who handles the stats. So many individuals come together to make a moment like this possible. And to the principal, Brian Hefner, and the AD, Kane Hauser, congratulations in order, because what they found in Stephen Hensley in this run in 2026 results in a championship.
Yeah, you know, the seniors come through for you. If you have a bunch of them, you have 3, 4 of them, they can come through with it.
Well, it's what you talked about at the start of the contest. You said you look at these teams, they're evenly matched on paper. Can't be much more even than a tie game down the stretch. But you said the senior experience could pay off, and in Culliver's case, it certainly did.
Yeah, I say experience. It might not be basketball. It's just experience of their size. I mean, your growth, you're just living. You know, you're bigger. So it's a cumulative of a bunch of things. But
perhaps even a little calmer when all is said and done. Yeah. In those moments where the heart's beating a little faster and the clock is ticking downward, they certainly embrace that moment.
Exactly.
And a championship is going back to Maiden, North Carolina as a result. You know, they took care of Xander Central, North Lincoln, also in the state final, as Coach mentioned. Number 1 in 6A at the time, at the Classic earlier this year. So many key wins, none bigger than this. Time to hand out some of the individual accolades. Lyric McNair was everything you could have wanted out of the sophomore.
Excellent, excellent.
Ended up with 18 points, also had 5 assists, a couple of blocks and a steal, and she is the most outstanding player for Fairmont.
And Coach mentioned that he didn't think they could play them off the dribble, so that's why he was in that zone. He mentioned that. He says, no, I don't think we could have played them off the dribble.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Tremendous respect for Fairmont. And a player on the Maiden side of things getting the accolades as a standout is Ava Anderson. Handled the ball well, did the sophomore. She's got a tremendous bright future. She's a third-generation player in the state championship environment out of that Anderson family, and she's certainly a player to keep an eye on moving forward. I think you probably have an idea whose name is about to be called as the Maiden Blue Devils await the announcement of the MVP. Of course, this MVP honor named for Kay Yao, so beloved here in North Carolina.
Is from Maiden High School. It's number 10,
On cue, Kiara Culliver, who scored the last 5 in this contest and led everybody with 21 total. The senior is the MVP for the Blue Devils. Boy, Coach, what a basketball game.
She's a winner. You know why? Winners go in and get offensive rebounds.
And don't mind it when the brightest of lights are on you.
Winner. Yeah. That was a really good game. That was an excellent game.
Our pleasure to bring it your direction. A reminder, a couple more coming your way today. Full day again tomorrow as North Carolina championships roll on. Let's look at the numbers one more time from this contest, brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Centers. Coach, those numbers pretty much tell the story.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the rebound is what rebound 41 for Maiden and 27. It really came down to that at the end.
That one rebound was a difference maker.
It really does.
Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids. That's Arthritis Knee Pain Center, the sponsor of our numbers in this one. Also, we kept an eye on things in the paint. Our ready to roll garage doors, points in the paint. Call Raleigh's garage door experts today. Ready to roll. 24-16 the split for Maiden when it mattered most, and you know how many of those came down the stretch and what a difference they made. Well, a big thank you to all of our sponsors making this broadcast possible. Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts Heating and Cooling, Tatum and Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, Hakeem and Astapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingalls Markets. All our sponsors making it possible. We say a big thank you. And to you, the fans, we say the biggest thank you. You're the reason why it's done. And they have made the big time. What a maiden voyage. A perfect season for the Blue Devils.
Worked so hard just to make this show.